Guys, I thought you might like to know the espresso machine arc has hit its conclusion. And the conclusion is I will be continuing to drink cold brew out of my fridge and buying the occasional coffee slash milk based beverage from a cafe. Because every single page that I looked at when I was researching what to buy made me more and more upset. It made me realize how annoying the espresso subculture is, especially online. And I said, I want no part of this. I want absolutely no part of this. Oh, okay. So it's very simple. Just buy the Breville Bambino Plus. Okay, but the espresso machine doesn't even really matter. The only thing that matters is the grinder. But don't get the Breville grinder. The Breville grinder has a hopper. If you put your stuff in the hopper, then the beans dry out by the time you get to it. You got to get a DF54 single dose espresso grinder. That'll serve you well. But then on top of when I was looking at I was like, what's the workflow for this setup right here? And it was like, first I preheat the machine. I do an empty pull with just hot water in order to make sure it's at the right temperature. Then I grind 18 grams of espresso with my grinder, and I pack the portafilter. I put it in, I hold the button down until it beeps. Then I let go of the button, letting it drip in. And I was like, we're not doing that, obviously. So I said, you know what? Maybe I will just buy one of those super automatics where you press a button and it just makes you a flat white. And then I saw they were $5,000. So I said, I think I'm just going to maybe make my own cold brew at home. If I want to get a little bit more, if I want to get my fingers in the dough a little bit. And then just occasionally buy maybe a flat white at the local cafe. To be honest with you, it just seems like a ton of and just interacting with the most annoying people on the planet. Just constant. I feel like so many other hobbies, the people who are really into it go, yeah, your solution's not perfect, but that's good enough. And espresso is like, your solution isn't perfect and you should fucking die. You are a fucking moron. Oh, you like a nice little caffeinated treat before work? You are a fucking fool. It's so insane, man. I have seen the John Cena video where he's being a coffee snob. And to be honest, I think that he told no lies in the video. And I still hated him. I still wanted him to shut up. I was like, bro, just drink the coffee. Bro was waxing poetic and philosophical about how much a flat white teaches you about the culture of the city you live in. You're probably telling no lies, but could you just put on the hustle, loyalty, respect t-shirt and do the thing in front of your face? You know what I'm doing it right now where he washes his face. It also, to be honest, it made me realize, and I'm starting to get radicalized and believe that literally everybody who works in the restaurant industry actually is the closest thing we have to heroes outside of firefighters and paramedics. But the narrative is don't buy your coffee at the coffee shop. It's so expensive. You know what seems expensive as fuck? Making your coffee at home, bro. Good beans are expensive. The machines are expensive. The glassware is expensive. It's crazy. I'll just keep, maybe they're making $1.50 off every cortado I order. I think that's a pretty good deal considering that I can look at my phone while they make the drink. And I don't have to worry, the temperature, it's supposed to come out at 120, but it came out at 111. My espresso pull is ruined. I don't need to know all that, to be honest with you. I don't need to know all that at all. I can just go 1 cortado and a croissant, please. And I can send a message on WhatsApp in the time it takes for me to get the drink out. Seems better, man. Put your coffee in the cup. Put your coffee in the cup, mate. Nah, I think I'm gonna make my own cold brew possibly, but not till this weekend. Because then what I'm really looking for, to be honest with you, I think the squeeze for me, not to start talking like Tom Sizemore in Heat, the squeeze for me is in involving myself a little bit more in the craft so that it enhances the ritual of consuming the beverage. So when you just have the Stoke, you're just like, that's coffee. But if you go through the process of like, I'm going to pick out some beans that look nice for this, these tasting notes sound good. Last time I had these beans, these ones kind of sucked. Let's mix it up and go with something. Oh, there's a new roaster. Let's experiment a little. That's cool, man. I think that's cool. And that's about as far as I'm willing to go. Everything else is too much. You'll meet them halfway? Yeah, you're right. Thoughts on the word smorgasbord? I love it. You guys ever have a Swedish breakfast? I know everyone's going crazy for Japanese breakfast. Social media mentions are flying up and to the right for Japanese breakfast. You ever have a Swedish breakfast? Kind of goes crazy when you don't have like a GI doctor in your ear telling you that cold cuts are full of nitrates and you shouldn't be eating so much so much full cream butter at like 6:41 in the morning. Kind of sick though. By the way, if you guys have a Theragun, do not give yourself a neck and trap massage, even if the app recommends that you do it. I don't think I've damaged my spine to a great degree, but I do think I gave myself the sort of whiplash that you get with like maybe like a fender bender. Like my neck is very stiff. It's stiff enough that I Googled symptoms of meningitis, and I do not have other symptoms of meningitis. So I'm pretty sure that my meninges are okay. But my neck is definitely stiff. No doubt about that. Was it like a youch or an ah WTF? It's an ah WTF. I woke up at like 3 in the morning and was like, why does my damn neck hurt so much? Thought maybe I was just sleeping funny. But then I set a new PB on the sleep score last night. So I think that the watch tells no lies. Eat a banana, brother? You're right. In fact, I had, in the last 24 hours, I've had 3 bananas. In the last 25 hours, I've had 4 bananas, though, because that would encapsulate 2 breakfasts, which each have 1 banana. And then I had 1 after lunch yesterday and 1 before bed. That's too many? You're probably right. You're probably right. What's the banana for? Sating a craving for food. I wouldn't say hunger necessarily, but so there's gradations of hunger. There's like starving to death, ravenous, famished, hungry, peckish. I was at peckish, if I had to say. I get hungry once a day. Around 12:45 p.m. I get mighty hungry. But otherwise, I'm pretty much just peckish at worst. Well, when I wait before breakfast, I'm pretty hungry too, to be honest. By the way, we're gonna do the dulls, then we're gonna do some tier lists. But we are gonna end an hour early today because I have to shave my back, man. And I don't think it's going to take an hour, but I want to give myself enough time just in case, because I really don't want to show up for this laser appointment with with a half-shaven back, to be honest with you. Used to clown on my cousin for back hair, and now I got back hair. Frames of Nick, don't be mad at me. I haven't logged it yet. I watched Late Night with the Devil. I didn't know all this stuff about Late Night with the Devil. It's 90 minutes long. I watched it on the bike this morning. On its own merits, I give it a 3 or a 3.5. Which is to say, I think that it's carried almost exclusively by its gimmick, but the gimmick kind of works. But at the same time, it's crazy that a 90-minute movie can feel overlong. Like by the end of the movie, I was kind of like, how could this only be 90 minutes? It feels like I've been watching this for like 2 hours and 10 minutes at least. But I thought it was good, decent to good. How about that? Don't be mad. Yeah, I think I should watch Sentimental Value tomorrow. I think it's on sale for $2.99 right now. But I do sort of feel like I'm going to I'm going to have to log Late Night with the Devil, but after seeing people get on Mike Flanagan's case for saying he enjoyed the movie, I think I might not put a review. Because I don't have the cultural cachet that Mike Flanagan has, and it didn't give him a bubble shield, bro. Unk made Midnight Mass. It's one of my favorite horror properties of all time. I'm just a fella. PUBG is full of real people thanks to your raid. That's huge. Thanks to you. PUBG, you're raiding me because you are a PUBG streamer who is now stoked that there's new blood in the game thanks to me. Well, thank you so much for that. That is very nice to say. But also, they sponsored me, so it's thanks to them. They're calling it the first time in Twitch sponsorship history that a company has gotten its money's worth. It's the first time in the history of this website that the sponsor has ever gotten any sort of movement or traction as a result of their marketing strategy. That's a dub for Krafton, for sure. All right, let's get this show on the road, man. What is this? Battlefield 6. I kind of like the Morty 13S Battlefield 6 icon here because it also looks like a boyfriend badge. 7, Goggy, greatest joke you've ever told. 6-7, man. What's that? Well, it just says it's a red square that says BF. Low bar? Leave my goat alone, man. We on 6-6 now? This is not fair, but when I was watching Chibli stream yesterday, and he was doing the pronunciation guide videos, and there's the guy that's like, welcome back. Today we are going to learn how to pronounce the word. And then I was like, I don't like this guy. First off, don't take this the wrong way. He has a heavy French accent, which to me seems like not the guy that should be doing English pronunciation videos. You need to have a CNN anchor who has obliterated all regional accents so they can appeal to as wide a demographic as possible doing pronunciation guides. You need somebody who is from nowhere to do that. But I really did not like when he went, today we are going to be talking about 3 words, and they're very similar, but how they are pronounced is slightly different, and you don't want to make a mistake. The first one is a brass instrument from an orchestra, sax. The second one is the number that comes after 5. Sax. The third one is better than a number and an instrument. It is intercourse between two people. It is sex. Sax. Sex. Sex. I was like, you said sex like 5 times in 6 possibilities. Also, just do the pronunciation guide. I don't need the editor's notes, man. I don't need your commentary on every single word in the English language. I just need you to like go, this is how the word is pronounced. But also, you're not that guy, because no disrespect, you are not saying 6. You're not saying 6 right. You were going sax, you got under control. 6, you said sex. Sex, you said sex. With like 4 syllables. Sex. Maybe they are just reaction bait. Maybe you're right. Either way, we don't need the meta commentary, bro. Like, just stick to the same workflow as the guy who does all the poop songs. He does an intro every one like, I had a friend named Dave, and that's why I made this song. David Poop, David Poop, David Poop Poop Poop, you know? Just put the slop in the bag and publish 400 videos tomorrow and move on with your life, bro. Back with the dulls, y'all. This looks like Kino, man. I'm going to call it. This looks like Kino. This is Run, Lola, Run. Probably Cruella. Bro, you look like Cruella. Bro, you look like, the hard part for me is telling if this is a period piece. Yeah, it's a period piece, bro. She's wearing some clothes from like the 1960s. Be realistic here. Yee, not a period piece. Limitless though, kind of a period piece. Are you in the mood for motherfucking love, bro? Are you? I'm just going down the classic letterbox top 4s that could be here. Are you? Oh! Ah! Ooh! How'd you get that? Sometimes when I see letterbox comments that make me mad, I go look at their top 4, and this is often in there, along with Spider-Man 2. I hear it's good, though. Should eventually get into my Wong Kar-wai arc. All I really know is that Of Montreal song. You hit me so hard like a Wong Kar-wai beginning. I guess his beginnings hit hard, from what I can tell from the subtext. That's just text? Not when you're a sub. You ever think about it that way? Prior to the Chiefs this year, who was the most recent AFC team to miss the playoffs the year after making the Super Bowl? I'm going to say it was the most recent AFC team. This is going way back. What if it's the Raiders from like 02? Nah, fair enough. Oh, Bengals, of course. Elton Brand has been the general manager of this Eastern Conference team since 2018. I thought Elton Brand was still playing, man. He used to play for this Eastern Conference team, the Hornets? Not the Hornets, sorry, y'all. This American golfer and 5X major winner is returning to the PGA after spending a few years with LIV. It's Brooks Koepka. Personally, I prefer Asics Sephiroth. any runners and or Final Fantasy fans out there? Brooks is a running shoe brand, right? +1, I'll take that. Alive 1638 to 715, this French monarch ruled for over 70 years and was known as the Sun King. This French monarch Alive 1638 to 1715. Is that a Daft Punk album, bro? I'm assuming you're Louis something. Louis, if I had to guess, you're probably Louis the 14th. Oh, shit. Oh. I feel like you only hear about the Louis with X's in their name. That did hurt my neck a little bit. So Louis X was easy enough, and then it was a 50-50. I also feel like isn't this the guy that like the cognac is named for? 14 and 16 are the big ones. We've had this before, man. I feel like is Carson Daly? Is definitely Carson Daly. And then who's wearing the clam dress? Carson Daly and... Are you Carson Daly or are you Quinn Hughes, man? I feel like you got a little like Lana Del Rey going on. But they usually don't have singers. Well, we'll give it a try. It is Carson Daly, but it's not Lana Del Rey. My other guess would be like, maybe like Kate Mara or something like that. Ana de Armas. I could see Ana de Armas, I guess. Often highlighting higher protein totals, what frozen dinner brand produces mega bowls? It sounds like a Hungry Man joint. No, I'm going to say Swanson's then, because I can't think of any other frozen food TV dinner brand. Mega Bowls. Purina. Angela Lansbury, mystery novelist. Murder, She Wrote. Was really on the air for 12 years, huh? Paul Bettany plays a fallen angel who protects a pregnant woman. The movie is called Legion, which is why I always get it confused with the TV show. Featuring Doja Cat and Megan Thee Stallion, Ariana Grande released this 2021 song that is an equation whose sum is 69. Okay, well, maybe there's like a 7 in there, 7 plus 7, 24, 7 rings. It's not 7 rings, y'all. 69 plus 0. 34 plus 30. Okay. I thought there would at least be a couple of operators in there. It's really 34 plus 35. More of a, I guess it does say sum. That's a really good point. You got me there. Ana de Armas. Banquet. Yeah, I'm having a mega bowl from Banquet tonight. God, I can't wait to get home. Yeah, dude, I'm so looking forward to dinner tonight. I got a mega bowl waiting for me. 76ers. Denver Broncos is not even the Bengals, bro. Fair enough. Knew it? I watched that Super Bowl. I don't remember anything about it except I remember a little bit of the Beyonce halftime show, but very, very little. Peyton Manning? Peyton Manning was the quarterback for the Broncos then? That was Broncos versus Panthers. You were drunk? I was highly drunk. I remember, so the story for that, I mean, it's not much of a story, to be honest, but if I may add some contextual commentary, one of my friends from college moved to Vancouver to do his postdoc, and he was like, come over and watch the Super Bowl. I was a craft beer enjoyer. So I said, you want me to bring something? And he said, no, we got tons of Coors Light. And I kind of turned up my nose. Let me tell you, he was on to something with the Coors Light. It has its place. Because if I had like 4, Play Dead IPAs from the Yellow Dog Brewery in Port Moody, I would have been fucked up and had a tummy ache and probably had diarrhea twice over the course of the game. But I probably had like 9 or 10 Coors Lights. And like I was drunk but felt good. Like it was, and also like within like 2 or 3 hours of ceasing the drink, I was relatively normal, and I woke up the next day as if I didn't have any fun the day before. It kind of radicalized me a little bit. I was like, he's got a good point. He knows what he's doing with these. I put some respect on his name. Yeah, it turns out it's like drinking water. You're radicalizing the wrong way. Start drinking 15% ABV beers. I don't drink at all anymore. So I'm radicalized in like the most annoying way. Which I will say, for anyone that missed the earlier talk about the espresso arc ending with me just continuing to drink some cold brew and occasionally get a coffee from the local cafes. Reading all the douchebags in the espresso community who they have to end one every single recommendation. Oh, don't buying a coffee grinder from a company that exclusively makes coffee grinders and has for 300 years. You're a fool. You've got to get this grinder that comes from one dude in Italy. He whittles it himself out of like scrimshaw. It's insane. And I was like, you know what? I'm never going to drink coffee ever again, thanks to you. Not that they care, but I was then like, no, because the only thing more annoying than a guy who's really into coffee is a guy who doesn't drink coffee at all. Those guys are annoying as fuck. So I said, you know what? I'm just going to stay on the existing path and maybe start making my own cold brew when I want to experiment a little bit. I did. It's red. I almost became a guy who only drinks water, which would have been guy who's got a really, really nuanced opinion on sparkling water. I can't do that. We got to stop that guy from surfacing. Or worse, one of those guys who's like, I'm not like other guys. I drink tea. Performative ass. Let me think about this. So this sounds crazy, man. But like, obviously, these are all things in Batman, but at the same time, aren't they also changed lyrics in the Jingle Bells Batman parody? The Batmobile lost a wheel, Robin laid an egg, Joker, Jingle Bells, Batman smells, Robin laid an egg, the Batmobile lost a wheel, and Joker did ballet. I don't know if the Penguin's in that one. Hey, Tomo. Robin card. A card, a character, a cut up, and a Joker. This is the class clown. Friar. Things before Tuck. Characters in Robin Hood. That seems easy. Okay, I don't know. Oh, Maid Marian, bro. There is no there is no sheriff or there is no ranger. There is no ranger. Okay, first names of Robin Hood character names. Batmobile. Mobile Tone. Bat baseball Cap. Starts with baseball-related words. Oh, NHL teammates. NHL teammates. Of course, bro. There's good connections today. Oh, here we go. Can't even trust it, bro. What are we doing here? Hi, Tomo. Stay out of the cords, please. What is Ruskaya? Ruskaja? A Russian musician? I'm just gonna be honest. I don't know who you are. That doesn't mean you're not popular. I'm not exactly tapped into like the Eurasian hip hop scene. I feel like Halle Berry, God love her, she's not at the peak of her popularity. Oh, shit. Fair enough. This one's tough, man. Because, I mean, Lorde is pretty popular, but I think I overestimate her popularity. Maroon 5 is like a very top normie band. Yeah, okay. We navigated that one okay. Now, I don't know who Big Sean is. but I have heard of him. I think he might clear Lord. Not by much, though. Big Sean should clear Will Smith. How? I mean, how would I know, man? I don't know if Speed has much music. Obviously, he probably has MTV because he's American, although he's in Ghana right now, right? So I don't know what kind of music television they get over there. I don't know how much music he's got. Even though he's really popular, I think I got to go Will Smith. We're going to go Blur on this one for sure. We're going to go Britney Spears. Morgan Wallen, to my understanding, is maybe one of the top 3 most popular artists in the world right now, so we'll go him. Alan Walker, I do not know. He's also up there. YouTuber? Grand Theft Auto 5 YouTuber, maybe? He's got the visage of a Grand Theft Auto 5 YouTuber or something like that. He's an electronic musician. Well, in that case, we'll click on him again. Probably Metallica, I have to imagine. He's done it. Who lost? Lord versus Big Sean? Everybody lost? Have you tried not knowing who Big Sean is? That seemed to help me out. Dog or Digimon the movie? I feel like I gotta go Digimon. Oh, shit. My bad, y'all. I don't think I've seen... I definitely haven't seen Dog. I don't think I've seen Digimon the movie. If I have, it's a long time ago. How? It's a masterpiece? I was like 13 when it came out instead of 8. It makes a big difference at that age. "13 but trying to be cool." Yes, 13 but trying to be cool. Not. I was trying to escape the orbit of the gravity of circular lunch table that played Yu-Gi-Oh! And reach escape velocity so I could get to circular lunch table that doesn't play Yu-Gi-Oh! So I couldn't be caught talking about the Digimon movie in like 2002. Yeah, I was trying to get from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Table to the Magic table. I ended up at the Euchre/Crazy Eights table, and I was like, that's pretty good. That's good enough for me. 102 ounces is absolutely outrageous. 102 ounces is... Oh, I guess it says here 6 pounds? 6 pounds of tomatoes. You know what I was thinking? So my daughter's been watching a lot of like baking shows, and Kate and I have been watching Culinary Class Wars. You ever think the company that like makes the flour or makes the soy sauce is like, these cooks wouldn't be anything without our fucking soy sauce? Like, okay, yeah, you braised the pork shank, but you didn't make the soy sauce. Can we have an interview with the company that made the soy sauce, bro? It seems like they deserve at least like 50% of the credit. At the end of the day, this shit is coming down an assembly line at a factory, and then a 3 Michelin-starred chef is going, wow, look at this. The soy sauce is so... The chef, what they did with the soy sauce is crazy. Just thinking similarly here, like imagine... whatever, it doesn't really matter. We do need Kiko Man on the line. Kiko Man, are you out there? Or is there a Kiko lady? Everyone wants to know. How are you balancing work and family? Anyway, 6 pounds of tomatoes. I gotta feel this is still pretty cheap. I'm gonna go $7.99. $1.15 a pound. Holy shit. I'm gonna go $5.49. Oh my God. I'm gonna go $3.99. I gotta get myself to an American Costco's, man. This is insane. 50 cents a pound? They're basically paying you to, yeah, because you also, don't you get 10 cents for bringing the can back? No? It's only for drink cans? 10 cents in the PNW? Yes, sir. It's honestly kind of sick, honestly. I know I said honestly twice. Because the beverage container deposit not only, I mean, give me a better example of a system working better than it's intended to do. You pay an extra 10 cents on the beverage deposit that is so normalized you don't even notice. And then on recycling day, you put out a blue bin full of beverage containers. And because they have a deposit on them, somebody comes around, grabs all the refundable deposit containers to cash in themselves so that you can make a second trip out to the blue bin and put in more recycling. That to me is like a 100% efficient system. I think that's awesome. That's never happened. It happens once a week here. I swear it to you. Don't think I follow, King. Because of the incentive to return the bottles, people will pick through your recycling to get the bottles so that they can get the deposit for it, ergo giving you more space in the recycling bin to put in more recycling. He hit the ergo. It's true. Feeling like it's Papua New Guinea. Feeling like it's 8,000 kilometers away from Papua New Guinea. Put them next to the trash? No, I'm going to make them work for it a little bit. I mean, I do put them next to the trash, in a blue bin next to the trash. But I mean, I'm basically making probably like a $2 or $3 gift to them every week. They're allowed to, they can sift a little bit. Doesn't bother me. They always put it back so nicely, too. 8,000 kilometers. I'm going to say you are Georgia. I'm going to say you are Turkey. I'm going to say you are bordered with Georgia, huh? I'm going to say you are Iran. Oh, I'm going to say you're maybe here, and that's where things get interesting, because I don't know what that is. Are you Afghanistan? Oh, okay. It was not Afghanistan, but it was Afghanistan. Huge. Wrong math, right answer. That's why I respect the multiple choice math test, man. I was freaking out for a second. I'm not going to lie to you. I was looking at this going, what am I looking at? This can't possibly be anything. I thought this was broken. And then I realized it's actually just, that's Ireland, bro. My bad. I was very confused. I was like, this must be like something around Antarctica. It's on the completely different side. I know we've been through this a few times. I think they designed maps badly, and I'll tell you why. It's not some bullshit about the Mercator projection. For my purposes, that's good enough. I think it's fucked up that it loops around left to right, or like east to west, but it doesn't loop around north to south. Because if you learn that, like, if you go through one side of the map, you come out the other side, that doesn't apply when you go to the North Pole. I'm trying to think about, like, there's got to be a mathematical expression for it, right? Imagine you started in Newfoundland and you cross the North Pole at like a 45-degree angle relative to the line of latitude. Would you get spat out the other side at 45 degrees from the incidence point? Yes, maybe, or does it change based on where you cross it? I'm just, and again, one of my New Year's resolutions is not to just argue about nothing. If you are hitting 3 question marks, you need to take a literacy test because I've explained it completely fine. When you cross the North Pole, you you begin to go down on the downslope of the other hemisphere of the world. But how can you model that on a map? Is it the same as like optics bouncing off of a surface? Like it goes off at the angle of incidence? Or is it because the globe, or because the map is a rectangular representation of a spherical object, does that change the relationship of where you would get spat out if you were to model it in 2 dimensions? I need to know this. Science is still figuring this out. Go see for yourself. I can't do that because I think I would need to. I mean, I could draw the line from St. John's, Newfoundland to the North Pole, but I can't do the next part, which is why I'm asking. Look up flight charts from LA to Dubai. They can't be using the North Pole. They can't be doing the Trans-Arctic route to get from Los Angeles to the North Pole, or from Los Angeles to Dubai. They are? 1 second here. Flight. Well, because I thought Dubai. Isn't Dubai in the southern hemisphere? Well, I guess I don't know shit about how to chart a course like that. I ain't Amelia Earhart. Give me a second here. It's flight route LAX to whatever the Dubai airport code is. Actual flight paths from LA to Dubai. They do have some over the Arctic Circle. And they have a lot of them just kind of chart a parabola. That's kind of interesting, man. Oh, interesting. They use Canada's airspace every time, even though they're flying from Los Angeles. They also use Dubai's airspace every time. That's curious. Makes you think. Yeah, it does. It makes you think a little bit, doesn't it? Well, you know what? This is actually an interesting sort of experiment, bro. Like, look at this. Okay, so this is the 3-dimensional. I could turn it before. I don't know why I can't turn it anymore. But this is the 3-dimensional one. Nah, it kind of fucks with my brain that it's a straight line over the North Pole on this route. That's messed up. And then this one goes like that. But where it does look like they kind of get spat out like, boo. That's what you wanted? I know, it's crazy though. All right, it looks like it don't matter all that much, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Oh, you know what? You're probably right. This might be a more efficient route, but they're trying to avoid Russian airspace, so maybe they take the inefficient route now. I read an article a while ago that was like, after the war in Ukraine started, like I can't remember where they were flying to, but they were like, it makes the flight like 6 hours longer and it burns like 30% more jet fuel or something like that. That's crazy. It was Japan to Europe. You're absolutely right. Anyway, interesting. Europe to Korea is 14 hours instead of 9 now. Damn. It's too much. Too much for a guy like me. Rip to all the Brits trying to go to South Korea to teach English. They have to watch 2 more movies. '07. Yeah, exactly. '07. 14 hours, no joke. I'll give him some credit on that one. May 2016. Walt Disney had a big movie. 2 big movies. One of them is 1 week out from Memorial Day. Which to me, feels like this could be like a Captain America Civil War. 26 to Captain America. Okay, Captain America Civil War. Okay, Captain America Civil War. Devastating kind of gag there. This could be another Marvel. No, a family adventure fantasy. Too early for Frozen 2. Starring Neil Seeley. The legend will never... Oh, it's The Jungle Book. The Jungle Book 2. Sony Pictures opened a movie with 14 million starring George Clooney. It's a drama thriller. Post Michael Clayton, obviously. Post The Men Who Stare at Goats. Post Up in the Air. Not every... Michael Clayton? Okay. George Clooney and Julia Roberts. What a classic pairing. Jack O'Connell? Oh, it's Money Monster. Money Machine? Money Monster? Yeah, I saw this one on an airplane. This might be a classic, like, 2.5, 3-star movie. Why did I watch that on an airplane of all the things, man? Isn't that the guy from BTS? Jack O'Connell? No. He was in Sinners, though. He's talented at multiple genres, but he's not a K-pop band. He's more of a K-pop style artist, I would say. Kevin Bacon, 2016, horror thriller. Evil Comes Home. I'm not going to know this. A family returns from a Grand Canyon vacation with a supernatural presence in tow. The Darkness. Alrighty. Haven't seen that one. Never even heard of it? Yeah, me neither. Open Road starring Jennifer Aniston. It's a comedy drama romance from 2016. The Breakup is a movie that she's in where she would get top billing. Celebrate the one day that connects us all. There's no shot they would come out with a movie called Valentine's Day on May the 13th, right? And Julia Roberts, the one, Happy Birthday, Labor Day, Kate Hudson, Gary Marshall, no, man. Okay, blah, 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 blah. When their respective problems intersect and start coming to a head, the blank... Memorial. Is it Memorial Day? I don't have an answer for you. Oh! Mother's Day. Can I say something? First off, it's funny that I forgot Mother's Day. But secondarily, what is she doing with this fuck-ass Bob, man? Look at this. What is this? That's crazy. Also, I don't know what they're doing here. Is this Jason Sudeikis? Because this is not what Jason Sudeikis looks like. They did something to him on this. That is not Ben Affleck, bro. I think that's Jason Sudeikis, but he's just, they put a filter on him or something. Yassified Gary Marshall. Gary, what are we doing here, man? Bob Truthers explain the haircut. You know what's crazy, though? If she had the Hime haircut, nobody would be saying shit. I think we'd all be going, oh my God, Julia, you're slaying with that Hime haircut. You need that? Grok, work that up for me real quick. Sweet November. Forgot about Sweet November. Sweet November to the Bone Temple. Feels like there should be an easy Charlize to Rafe Fiennes or Keanu to Rafe Fiennes, man. Let me think about this for just a moment. I think we can almost work. We got to hit Swanky too, though. Let me fucking think about this for a second. I've gone too far because I went Keanu, Constantine, Peter Storm. Well, no, Tilda Swinton. Where are you going with this, bro? Just get the Swanky and then work yourself out. You know who's in the Bone Temple? It's Jack O'Connell again. You could connect via Money Machine if you wanted to. Wait, isn't there a Charlize Julia movie? One moment, please. Charlize, Bombshell, no Julia. No Julia. Okay, well we'll start here. That's fine. To get to Swanky. Here's what I'm thinking. Stephen Root into Get Out takes you to Catherine Keener, which also gets you to like Kino. Wait, we can do better. We can go to 40-Year-Old Virgin, as I so love to do, and then Jonah Hill has a cameo, which takes you to Moneyball with Brad Pitt, who, of course, is in Burn After Reading. Oh, with Brad Pitt, who's in Burn After Reading, with Frances McDormand, who is in Nomadland, with Swanky. And then you take David Strathairn out, who's doing a lot, man. He's really out here doing the most. And then we're thinking, like, Rafe Fiennes, he's in Conclave with John Lithgow, who's in Blowout with John Travolta, who's in lots of movies like Swordfish with Halle Berry. Halle Berry, of course, also in The Flintstones with John Goodman, who's in The Big Lebowski with Philip Seymour Hoffman, who's in Punch Drunk Love with Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler is in Funny People. Okay, well, I can do this. Here we go. It's Bradley Cooper, Wedding Crashers, Christopher Walken, Click, Adam Sandler, Punch Drunk Love, Philip Seymour Hoffman, Big Lebowski, John Goodman, Flintstones, Halle Berry, Swordfish, John Travolta. Give me a second. I had it up to that point. John Travolta. Can I get some help on the John Travolta? Who's a Blowout with John Lithgow, who was in Conclave with Rafe Fiennes, who's in the Bone Temple. Now, that's way too many links, but if I may, holding almost that many links in my head at the same time it kind of felt like at least that was an exercise that's good for like cognitive health, at least. Shortest was 2. First time watching. Shortest is always 2, bro. But this is the shortest non-swanky percent. The shortest swanky percent, I mean, science has hypothesized that there might be a smaller or a shorter link, but the only thing that has actually been proven in a laboratory setting is 17. So I'm going to say we set the swanky percent record, to be honest. We go again. Bro, stop typing 17 to 38 in my chat, VIP Daniel. Every time I have a 24-hour alarm clock, and every time it's 5:38 p.m., I can't help but hear. Pissing me off. Should just make it my ringtone every day at 5:38 p.m. And what's the deal with Nomadland? That's true, but also I don't think that movie's very good.
Wombat. A noun meaning any. Gradual.
You guys have sound?
Adjective. Grouse. A noun.
A mountain.
Car. A noun meaning a vehicle. Causal. A adjective meaning a.
Car. Car is crazy, man. That's insulting.
Gallant. A adjective meaning. Scullery. A noun meaning a room for cleaning and.
Yeah, it's a C. It's a C.
Dystopia. A noun. Diacritic. A noun meaning a mark near or through an orthographic or phonetic character, or combination of characters indicating a phonetic value different from that given the unmarked or otherwise marked element. Diacritic. A noun meaning a mark.
I just the context gave me absolutely nothing, but at least it's spelled the way it sounds.
Frisbee. A trademark meaning used.
Frisbee.
Aramaic. A noun meaning a Semitic language known since the 9th century BC.
Fuck! Really? That's not where the H goes in Aramaic?
Sherpa. A noun meaning a.
There is no H. What the fuck?
Gruyere. A noun meaning a firm.
That's a given.
Pompadour. A noun meaning a man's style of hairdressing in which the hair is combed.
Pompadour.
Chanteuse. A noun meaning songstress.
Chanteuse. Turns out there's no H in Aramaic. We're one letter away from a perfect, man. That would have been pretty sweet. You're thinking of Amharic. Which one's the one that you're not allowed to curse basketball players with? Because it's like, it's offensive to the people who speak it? Yeah, the Curse of Ra. What's the one where people, they scold you when you do the Curse of Ra because they're like, there's actually people who speak that language? That's Amharic. My bad, y'all. I thought I was spitting in that Isaac episode where I said we should learn how to speak hieroglyphics. I was making myself laugh, and that's important. You were? You roll up to the plug's house. Hey, what's up, man? Man extending palm outwards and genuflecting on one knee. Man placing forehead on ground with bushel of grain on his back. I was like, I couldn't stop. I thought this shit was so fucking funny, man. Oh. Then I Googled it, and there's people out there that actually know how to, like, I mean, I guess you use the Rosetta Stone to, like, figure out how to decipher hieroglyphics. That shit's fucking crazy, man. Some smart folks out there. This looks good as fuck, man. Fried cheese? I'm not sure about all that. This looks good as fuck, though. Goats and sheep's cheeses. I'm going to say this has Greek vibes. I'm not touching this, man. It's not Greece. Southeast of Greece. Southeast of Greece at a distance, though. Like Iran? Are they eating cheese in Iran? Halloumi? I thought halloumi was from Greece. Halloumi. This is how I find out halloumi's not from Greece. I also thought for a while it was from Finland, just because it looks like a Finnish word. Where the hell is halloumi from, bro? I mean, it has to be like maybe Lebanon? Northwest of Lebanon. Is it Turkey? South, it's Cyprus? That's tough. Of course we yum. 91% yum. There's some honest eaters out here. I appreciate that. This looks like Thailand to me. This looks a lot like Thailand to me. They always give you the tomatoes. They always cut the cucumbers in a unique fashion. Could be Cambodia, but I feel like we're going to start with Thailand. It's khao phat. Of course, we would yum that. That's taiyaki, bro. I feel like taiyaki is from Japan. It's correct. It's not 100% my favorite, but I would yum it. That's three tasty foods. I expected a higher average today, though. Do you eat the tomato chunks? Essentially, if you put it on the plate and it's edible, I'm eating it because otherwise I just get bored because I finish my meal faster than my wife. So I'm telling you, I clean the plate. Also, I don't know if you guys think I'm making this shit up. How many times have I said if I order something at a restaurant and they bring the wrong thing, I just eat it? I had a very awkward interaction with the waiter at the restaurant that I ate at with my daughter on Sunday. Because I went there and I kind of, this doesn't happen to me too often, but I agonized over the menu. I was like, am I going to get the all day breakfast? Or am I going to get like a Caesar salad with chicken? Or am I going to get, they had like a Thai salad that I was like, that looks like it could hit the spot too. Or am I going to get like a teriyaki chicken bowl or something like that? I said, you know what? I'll take a chicken Caesar salad. I was happy with my decision. I was looking forward to it. 12 minutes later, the runner brings the food to the table. Here's a house salad with chicken. And I said, you know what? The universe had a different plan for me today. I'm just going to eat the house salad that they brought. You know what? The nutritional gains. It has a vinaigrette instead of the creamy dressing. No croutons. That's fine. We could work with that. But then I got like a third of the way through eating the salad, and the waiter came over and he just gave me a look. And I knew immediately what like he was thinking. He was like, why are you eating that house salad? That's not what you ordered. And I just went, I know, it's fine. And he went, but you ordered a Caesar. And I went, yeah, but this one's pretty good too. He said, wow, that's so weird. Are you sure it's okay? And I said, yeah, it's pretty good. I think he almost like he felt bad for me. Did he say that? He did. He got the order right. I don't know, something got confused in the kitchen to the runner situation. But I think if anything, he probably got pissed off because he's like, now I got a table that wants their house salad. I've got someone who's got celiac disease and lactose intolerance, and you're eating their salad right now. Okay, buddy, well, I'm literally innocent in this because I ordered something and you brought me something else. Try not screwing up the order if you don't want them to get a tummy ache. It's a health concern, bro. Anyway, so red pudding, this has to be blood, right? And tiger tail ice cream, this is, it is Canadian, or at least I've had it. It's orange and black licorice flavor. It's not my favorite, to be honest with you. Tap to expand, that's a good point. This one's tough, man. I think I gotta go with ice cream over whatever that is. But Tiger Tail, if anyone who voted yuck on that, you have my respect. We're gonna go with Bagoon. Never mind. Apparently Booza. I didn't even think it'd be close. Anything like this to me looks good, and it speaks to what my body wants. But this is one of the things that just can't be beaten. It doesn't even matter what's under the skin, man. Sarma, shabu shabu's really, I mean, this looks fucking great. Shabu shabu's pretty tough to beat. Inca Cola versus Koshari. Just about any version of rice with a bunch of shit in it is pretty good, man. But it's hard to beat a soda. Krakow sausage versus lamb. Lamb and olive oil. Lamb and orzo in olive oil from Greece. Oh, come on. How could it lose, man? How could that lose? I don't believe it. It was designed in a lab to be the best tasting food of all time. The frog cake looks good as fuck. I'm not going to lie to you. Never mind. I mean, I'm not insulting chili crab. I just thought the frog looked good as fuck. It's going to be jollof rice. It's not my favorite Japanese side dish. Let me get some cake instead. Let me get a pulled pork sandwich. Easy enough. I think it's crazy that the Krakow sausage won, man. America Mog's Japanese food confirmed. You're right. You're right. You might be right. I'm going to have to do more research into that. You might be right. I'm practicing restraint. I'm inverting the trigger and the response. Scrandal 2. If only 31% get it right, didn't they get it wrong? That is kind of what I was thinking. I was like, how can the majority get it wrong when the majority is what determines what wins? But obviously there's some machinations going on behind the scenes that I'm not necessarily privy to. You're not going to be able to keep this restraint up for 2 streams or more? You might be right. I know it's pissing you off, so it's already, like, every time I say it, it's getting easier, and it's also giving me a little bit more strength. Because I do feel like when someone says bait, and then someone says you might be right, it's the only way to, it's even more effective than ignoring the bait. Because then they're like, what am I doing with my life? It's not going to be chicken club sandwich. That looks crazy. That looks pretty good, to be honest with you. That at 19% seems crazy. We're going to go chicken wings and chips. Don't really know what Zapakanka is. The Cornish sandwich looks pretty good, though. I'm going to go with that. It's mushrooms. Be that as it may. I think it's got to be hog wild, man. Even though this looks better, if we're being honest. You don't even have. Sometimes just let the picture do the talking, man. Chicken burger with waffle fries. £9.50 ain't too bad for this much food at a footy match. This looks good if that's what you wanted, but it's not what I want, so we go with that. I do love a waffle fry. I think it's going to be... I think it's still going to be buffalo wings, even though I know somebody's freaking out right now. And maybe they should. I'm not trying to be 100% like a food authenticist. All food needs to be 100% authentic at all times. The buffalo sauce doesn't look right. It doesn't look vibrant enough. It doesn't look neon enough. Simultaneously doesn't look orange or red enough. And also, this is not from Buffalo. This is like a Syracuse, sort of aioli or something on top, but still. Pulled pork. When you get 2 photos that are both bullshit, you got to dig in a little bit. Salt and pepper chicken. I'm going to be annoying and say that I think the salt and pepper chicken actually looks really bad. I think this is insane, but I think that this does not, like this, with respect, looks like the top of it is something I would meal prep for myself, which I would be disappointed to order on top of French fries at a sporting event. So let's go with that. The right is meal prep food for sure. Pulled pork and cheese dog makes a lot more sense than taco hot dog, man. That does not look right. Fish and chips. I'd say the fish and chips with the fried halloumi too. Looks pretty okay. A little small, but the chicken curry and chips with a pint. Fuck. I had a perfect score. I still like the idea of British guy mad that you ordered Chinese food. What the fuck you mean you got Chinese food? Where's the fucking chips, mate? Yeah, I know you went out for Chinese food. It's just one problem. You forgot the fucking chips. What kind of a moron forgets to get... You forgot to order the chips on the phone. I thought it came with chips, mate. Mate, I didn't know if it was one of the restaurants where everything came with chips or one of the ones where you gotta order chips off the side menu. Please, can you cut me some slack, mate? I did slip into Michael Caine a little bit there. It's all I got. Shockingly bad accent? Okay, buddy, I didn't invent it. You take that up with, like, Sheriff of Nottingham or whatever. I'm just mimicking it perfectly. Also, I'm not sure you can say that, man. At 700 miles, the world's second longest coral reef system is in what sea? Let's say it's in the Mediterranean. That's a sea. Nope. The Cayman Trench forms part of the boundary between the North American tectonic plate and what smaller one? The Caribbean? I never know how to spell Caribbean, man. Okay, I had spelled it wrong, I think, but that's fine. New World Man is by Rush. Okay, so that's the fastest I've ever answered a question in thrice history. New World Man was the only top 40 hit by what Canadian rock trio? That's crazy, man. That's not even like one of their 15 best songs. According to C.S. Lewis, what place has doors locked on the inside? Cars? I mean, I really don't want to type Narnia here. This just seems a little too easy for the 3-point clue. I'm going to say prison. Oh, hell! Hell is other people. Okay. Lots of doors lock on the inside, bro. Am I like... I'm thinking C.S. Lewis didn't know shit about doors, man. Like, most doors lock on the inside. My house, my car, like just about everything. Yeah, if anything, you're right. Prison locks on the outside. That's why you're trapped in there. In the Massachusetts State House, there hangs a sacred wooden effigy of what kind of fish? Cod. Cod has religious significance to people on the eastern seaboard for obvious reasons. In 2024, Intuit shut down what popular budgeting and net worth app? So you need a budget? It's the only one I know. Nope. Mobile, Mint Mobile. Okay. Fair enough, man. By the way, have you guys been seeing... I was wondering what the next clues were going to be on You Need a Budget, but I don't know if you've seen the ads. Maybe they're just in Canada, but now that it's like tax season, there's ads that are like, this is what tax season used to be like. And it's a lady getting a bunch of documents ready and then putting on a scarf because it's cold outside and then going outside and a wintry gale hits her and knocks all the documents over. And it goes, now this is what taxes are like. And it's her on the couch having like a video conference with, I think it's Intuit TurboTax or something like that. Take it from somebody that's been having someone else prepare his taxes for a long time. If you're in that boat, you would rather go to the office than try to do the fuck-ass video conference on your phone. Wait until you're on the phone with your accountant and they go, hey, can you pull up this document for me? And you're like, okay, scroll up from the bottom of the app, scroll up one more time to get back to the home page, go to wherever the document is, type it in. Well, the whole time you're trying to fill dead air, like, oh, just give me a second here. no shot, bro. Just put the documents in the folder, drop them off at the front desk of the office, and go live your life. It's so crazy. The ad is lying to you, man. Can't you just email him the documents? Yeah, but like emailing your accountant documents sucks ass. Because like my accountant emails me and goes, "Can you give me these documents?" And then I send them and he's like, "Thanks for sending those. Here's a bunch more to send." And I'm like, "Damn, I'm going to stop replying to these emails, man." Every time I reply to the email and I'm like, "The job's done," my reward is another email. Signed a guy who I did a bunch of admin stuff yesterday. So I feel very empowered. Job's gone. Job. Yeah. And you got to upload your shit to the portal. Don't even get me started on the portal, man. Sort these American states from westernmost to easternmost, given their nickname. Okay. This is tough. I feel like the Pelican State has to be like Louisiana. I'm going by basketball teams, which would put it like maybe here. Ocean State is crazy. Land of Enchantment. I honestly have no idea. I feel like Keystone State is Pennsylvania, which would be east of Louisiana. The Beaver State. I have no fucking idea, man. I feel like the Beehive State could be somewhere in the western part. Land of Enchantment sounds like, I'm going to be honest, I have no idea. I'm going to make a crazy play that the Ocean State is maybe Florida. Beavers I associate more with Canada. Let's say that's kind of in the northeast of the United States. Keystone would be just west of that. Pelican in Louisiana. These two I have no idea. Ah, shit. Let's move Beaver all the way. Oh! Holy. That's really tough, man. People were saying glue. They're right. They're right. They might be right. They got the bloody right to say. More expensive rent. I feel like it's Savannah, Georgia. Higher percentage of people who are low income. This is tough, man. I'm going to say Halifax. I'm going to be wrong. Fair enough. Higher traffic fatalities per capita. It's got to be less public transit. Higher percentage of people with no internet. I mean, I'm assuming it's pretty innervated, like around here. Is this like I've been here, man. I've been here. Where the hell is Cranberry? I have a hard time believing that they don't have. It's got to be less internet access here. High blood pressure. High blood pressure is interesting. I would normally go straight to South Carolina, but Long Island is going to skew a little older as well. But I'm going to go South Carolina anyway. All right, we take those. Not too bad. Plus deli meat. I didn't really think about that. But I feel like in South Carolina, they're eating like a lot of deep fried seafood. which I'm jealous of them for that, to be honest. But it just seems to me like they're eating a shrimp and grits and all that pimp shit. Everybody, let me hear you say, oh, yayer, that type of stuff. Deep fried seafood, kind of the best food to ever exist. Coconut shrimp goes so crazy, and it's such like a food that is so I don't know how to like how to describe it. It's like the least nuanced food that's ever been invented. It's like such a child's food. It's like what if a deep fried thing for dinner was also kind of dessert? It's so good though, man. Like ordering coconut shrimp feels so weird as an adult, but it feels so good to eat it. That's why I only get it at the Orlando airport. 1819, 6'7". I see you're 1819. I raise you a 6'7". Art museums in Spain. Yeah, I'm in trouble on this one, guys. It's the Museo del Prado. I had absolutely no idea. 20th century Chilean military personnel. Yeah, man. Who died in 2006? Opposition to Fidel Castro. 1 second. My South American knowledge is really bad. So there's a Pinochet and there's a Perón. But Perón is Argentina, so you are a Pinochet. You are a Pinochet. Died in 2006? I also, just to be honest, I don't know if this is misandrist or misogynist, but the dude lived to be 91. So I was like, I wanted to type just the last name because I was like, this could easily be his wife. Because not that many fellas make it to 91. That's like, I'm not saying you have to hand it to him. I just wanted to type just the last name. Nothing more depressing than sitting at the Bahama Breeze at the Orlando airport at 4 p.m. on a weekday. I mean, you clocked me 100%, bro. You clocked me 100%. And then ordering coconut shrimp as an appetizer and then the coconut shrimp platter as the entree. And then being like, this is good, but like, how is it 1,900 calories? Like something is actually, they're doing something in the back. I get that it's like deep fried food, but like, what are they doing in the kitchen that takes this up to 1,900 calories just for the entree? Like, that's crazy. 18, so, but you can tank it because then you're on the airplane where you don't eat for like 2 or 3 hours. You probably burn it off. Male actors from Moscow, old, really, really old male actors who are method actors, man. I have no idea. I was not getting that. Konstantin Stanislavski, more power to you, man. Comic book sidekicks from Tintin. A lot of Tintin questions lately. I don't know anything about Tintin, bro. That's Snowy. Snowy is a dog. I thought, I'm being so dead ass with you, I thought Tintin was the dog. Tintin's the guy with the Lance Bass? No, Tintin is the kid? Who's the dude with the yes sir? 1897 paintings? I'm fucked, bro. The Sleeping Lion. I had no idea, and I was so close. Oh, Chilean novels. Oh, no. Novels about journalists adapted into plays set in the night. Oh, Jesus Christ. 2666. How about 2667? I might as well keep digging, man. I don't know this one at all. Oh, okay. 1975 boxing in the Philippines. The Thrilla in Manila, bro. That's the Thrilla in Manila. I can do that. 1937 establishments in California. That's the Golden Gate Bridge. Now we're talking. 1812 short stories, Apples in Culture. Fictions about poisonings. Poison candy. This is Snow White. "19th-century English business people who are cricketers who have taken 10 wickets in an innings. Gentlemen cricketers. Gentlemen of the Marylebone Cricket Club cricketers. Lord Londesborough's 11 cricketers. Married versus single cricketers." Okay, actually, they were fucking cooking with this. That would be such a good theme for the All-Star game in the NBA, man. A married versus single team. Holy fuck, that would be good. Oh. Single team sweeps? I don't know the marital status of every NBA player. Why? I watched a little bit of the Lakers game last night. Why is LeBron not on the hard court, bro? He's old? Yeah, but he's got to be better than some of the scrubs out there. Who replaces him on the hard court? Hachimura? His son? They really got Bronny filling the role of LeBron? Stop calling it the hard court. I almost called it the pitch like 20 times. It's just the court. I have no idea. This is John Ball, W.G. Grace. One of the all-time greatest players in cricket. Bro's wearing the jail cap, too. This was really hard. Like, this is not your average 4%, 8%, 7%. That's tough, man. He was so good at cricket, he went to jail? 1 second. What the fuck are we doing here, man? What is this? 1? It's a 1 degree angle. Oh. I've heard there's something interesting going on in Kinda Hard Golf today. Because people can't keep their mouth shut, but they're right. GLaDOS voice you did was so funny. I literally, like, watching the clip, I cannot deny that is T-Pain auto-tune. I genuinely have no idea how it happened. I think I often get throat bubbles, mucus in the throat, etc., etc. I think it just hit like the perfect resonance in my throat or something to go like, we should, or something like that. Because you were singing Smash Mouth. Microphone bug? I don't know, man. I think I was just on my Michael Winslow shit. Holy shit. What's up with this fella? Oh no. If you hit the bird, you lose. Honestly, took a few strokes, but I think we take those. Randy Johnson POV. Randy Johnson be like, you hit a bird with your pitch. For that reason, you're going to Hollywood, right? That guy? Oh, we take those? That's the American Idol sting. I think I did a pretty good job. Now that we're in a post-American Idol universe, can we admit that all the judges kind of suck? Yes, yes, yes. We've been saying this for years. Except Paula. I don't really like Paula Abdul either. to have a talent show and not have the courage to tell people that stink at singing that they stink at singing doesn't make any sense to me. Simon's funny. Simon went too hard, man. Simon, he told the truth, but he could have put like a velvet glove on the iron fist, man. What did Randy Jackson do? He's just kind of like there, to be honest. I don't really mean to insult Randy Jackson, but it was like Paula's the nice one, Simon's the mean one, and Randy's just sort of, he's the glue guy. He does say dog. He said he's the guy who says dog a lot. Wolfpack roved with uncertainty, initially turning back. Okay. Initially turning back. The first letter, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. IUWRPW. This can't be the word, man. I was thinking you take the first letter of all the words and then reverse them. Initially turning back. Wolf pack. Pack. Roved. I feel like uncertainty is the definition. I need some help, though. I'm going to be honest. Pack with. One of these is a containing indicator. Some fodder will go inside of another fodder. Pack roved with uncertainty with the letters changed. Okay, this can work, man. Pack roved with uncertainty, initially turning back. Roved with uncertainty. Uncertainty? Or is uncertainty? Or is it? Let me see the definition. The definition is wolf. Devour! Pack roved, R-O-V-E-D, with the first letter of uncertainty, and then turn it all around and then put the U in there somewhere. Yes, okay. Even par. I can live with that. Holy cow. Definition is almost always first or last word. Okay, but you're right. But it wasn't the first or last word here. In this one, it was the middle word. But what are you saying? It was the first word? Right, I forgot uncertainty was not the definition, even though I thought it was. So you were right twice. You're right once because I wanted you to stop talking, and then once because the content of your message was valid. Yes, okay, c'est vrai. I understand. You may be right. Probably my favorite Nirvana song. Okay. A new version of the site is available. 1 second. Why can't actors slap me in the face and help me get my life together? Whiplash. Could have been a good movie if they scrapped the sexism and the B story about the babysitter and middle schooler. Scrap the sexism. Better plot twist than Shutter Island. Technically, I've seen half of this before, but I gave up because it was making me cringe. A shameful move, I know, but I have returned on my quest to rid myself of anti-rom-com fever. Much better the second time. The scene where it all comes out in the open is amazing. 13-year-old boys are annoying. Imagine this film without character. A godsend. The dramatic shot of actor eating a giant slice of pizza with primal music at. That backyard scene is always the peak of my existence. This is the only movie that can make me somewhat recover from La La Land. Scrap the B story about the babysitter and the middle schooler. I have no idea, man. Made $145 million at the box office, 7.4, 3.7. That's pretty good for a rom-com with 13-year-old boys. Dazed and Confused? Crazy Stupid Love. It has Emma Stone and Ryan Gosling in it. I get it now. So if you fair, I fixated a little too much on all the teenage boy comments that they have here. But if I may, why do so many of the reviews fixate on that? I get that they're trying to clue you in to what the movie is, but like, there's nothing about the main plot of the movie, which is Steve Carell, Julianne Moore, Ryan Gosling, and Emma Stone. Nothing about the movie in the reviews. Yep, Letterboxd. I'll go to bat for Letterboxd, though. I do think it's like the worst movie review website, except for all the ones we've ever tried. They said it was a B plot in the review. Maybe in your review you could include something about the A plot, but I mean, what do I know? I'm not Roger Ebert. Let's go check out Cuddle. Cuddle's a good game, man. Winston Churchill asks. And Cuddle is the platonic ideal of a doll. All you need to do is one simple thing: cut the shape perfectly in half. No disrespect to other doll creators. Crazy. What about an idea for a doll where it doesn't open with a little pop-up frame that has 150 rules about how to play it? You just look at a shape and go, okay, I'm going to eyeball it. What's about halfway here? Boom. Looking for this? Fuck, that's horrible. That's fucking awful, man. 47.53. God damn it. What'd you do yesterday? That was a few days ago. I think I got a 43.57 the first time I played. But the shape was fucked up. The shape was crazy. All right. Slash marker dolls. I'm going to go pee, and I'll be back to do some tier lists. See you soon. Yeah, we could do Bandle. Bandle. Fake ass loading screen on Bandle. Oh, shit. 2015 with 2 billion views? Simply no other option. It has to be Gangnam Style. 2 billion views? This feels like Royals, man. By Lord. Actually feels like Because I Got High by Afro Man. Absolutely no idea. There's something to that sounds reminiscent, but I can't place it. That's really, really familiar. Is Watch Me Nay Nay. Watch me whip / nay nay. Okay. Dear God, make it stop. Holy, he got it. I do know this one. I think one of the reasons I know it is because this must have been the year that Apollo and I were linking a bunch of like bad Thanksgiving themed Facebook slop to each other just to get angry. And one of them was like, watch me whip my mashed potatoes. Watch me whip my mashed potatoes. That sounds really familiar. It is kind of Fleet's content for sure. I also remember the Despacito mashed potatoes one that is like, it's my mashed potatoes. It's the one dish everybody hate those. And you're like, it doesn't even make any damn sense, man. Doesn't everybody like mashed potatoes? They're like one of the most, I think they're one of the most likable sides, man. It's one of the best parts. Like, I get you're twisting meaning to fit the meter, but it just boggles the mind. The mashed potatoes are the one dish everybody hates. Yeah, okay, buddy, whatever you say. Anyway, let's do some tier list, bro. We're going to do a bunch of tier lists today, chat, because I like to talk about... It's weird because it's like stuff that you would think is not important, but it's also the most important stuff to talk about because it's stuff we all have an awareness of. Like, for example, let's do a tier list. This is maybe the most hotly anticipated content of the year so far. I really want to do this one. I think there's a lot to talk about. Times of day tier list. Like, we can do the months, we can do the seasons, we can do foods, we could do media properties, whatever. But this is one thing that everybody has an opinion on, the time of day. Now, let's acknowledge the obvious here. Your schedule will probably determine how you feel about every single time of the day. So if you could spare me the hand-wringing when I say that like 3 a.m. sucks, and you say something like, well, actually, I work nights and 3 a.m. is when I get off from work. Okay, that's fine, and I believe you, but try to keep your head screwed on straight here. We're talking about for normal schedules, even though my schedule is not 100% normal either, okay? So I thought long and hard about how to do this. And you're right. Let me move the camera. You're right, and I'm not just saying that. Sometimes I'm just saying it, but this time you're right on this one. I've thought long and hard about how to do this, and I think the easy, you know what, you're right. The fact that these are in different orders is crazy. But I don't know how to adjust that on the website. You could probably click and drag, but we could be here all day. I think the easiest thing is you start with the times of day that are the worst. And I think for me personally, the objective worst times of day are 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And I'm kind of generalizing it, but we were talking about it a little bit in Chibley's chat, okay? On the earlier end, some people that are really early birds might say 2 a.m., but I feel like there's been times in my life where I've been awake past 2 a.m. Looking at your phone and seeing that it's 2 a.m., not the best time to see, but you're still almost like, I could salvage this. Like maybe I could sleep 2 to 8, wake up and like be good to go for something at 9 and not feel that bad. But once you start to see 3 or 4, like things get really nasty. And four is much worse, I think. 4 is like, should I even sleep tonight? If I have something to do tomorrow, like, is it even worth sleeping tonight, or should I just stay awake at this point and tank it? And then, I think if we're being realistic, and this one hurts me to do, I move 5 a.m. up 1 tier. And the reason is this is when I wake up. I think that 5 a.m. in the D tier is fine. There's some good things that can happen at 5 a.m. You could schedule yourself getting up at 5 a.m. and not feel too bad about it. But this is where I wanted to start the structure of the whole thing, the shape of it, the smell of it. Now, the other thing, there's some interesting lenses to look at this from. One is, how do you feel about times where you're probably asleep? Like, I'm asleep, maybe not here, but definitely 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. So is it good because you're sleeping, or is it bad because if you were awake, that would suck? I don't have an answer for that yet, so I'm going to move on to some different parts of the day, okay? I built out the bottom. We're going to build out the top here as well, okay? My personal ranking, and I said this to you yesterday, and this is what kicked off the whole argument. I think there's 3 goated times of the day for a guy like me. One is 10 a.m. They're equidistant. One is 1 p.m. and one is 4 p.m. Through a weekday lens, I like them, and on a weekend lens, I love them. Like, I think if I had to order them fully, I think 1 p.m. is my favorite time of the day. You're probably either eating lunch or thinking about lunch. You've done some stuff in the morning and the early afternoon, but you still got like lots of time left before bed. 10 a.m., I don't know. I think one of the themes of like my life, especially after having a kid, is realizing that I think genetically or like culturally, I'm programmed to be a morning person, and I just tricked myself into thinking I was like a late night sort of guy. And 10 a.m. feels like one of the best parts of the morning for me. Late morning mogs the early morning for sure, but 10 a.m. is very nice. I like it. How's 10 better than 9? It's a little bit later. It's that simple. In the morning, a little bit later is nice. And in the evening, a little bit later can be a bit of a debuff. I also think 10 a.m., great time to get brunch on the weekend. 4 p.m., I don't know. I've always liked the vibes of 4 p.m. Even when I was working, even when I was in school, 4 p.m. is just a good vibe. Afternoon's a great time of day. It's unfortunate we spend so much of it inside, but 4 p.m. I think is like, I'm never upset when I look at the clock and I see that it's 4 p.m. It's that simple. Now, again, I can really only rank this according to my own life. The A tiers seem simple to me. As much as I love these 3 signposts, what are the other A tiers? Well, okay, 6 p.m. is an A tier, and I think 7 p.m., and this is on purpose, but also I believe it. These are 2 really good times. This is in the dinner window. Home from work. Everybody's probably home from work, catching up on the day, relaxing, maybe tidying up a little bit to keep your living space looking nice. not, this is like the freest time of the day because you're like, I don't need to go to, I'm not in a rush yet to go to bed. And I have some time to like guilt-free decompress from whatever was stressing me out during the regular day. How's that not above 4? 4's got some magic to it, man. I don't know what to explain to you. 4 is just, I mean, when I look at my watch and it says 4 p.m., I go, that's awesome. I don't know what to tell you. Plus, keep in mind, that's right, I am on the Pacific time zone. So you have to, if you're on the Eastern time zone, you have to add 3 extra hours to all these. So this should be 4 and this would be 7 and then this would be 1. So you have to adjust this for whatever time zone you're in. If you're British, you're probably looking at this going like, what do you mean? What do you mean half one GMT? Are you daft? I'm taking a look at some other times that I want to cherry pick here. Let's start times that are also bad, but are not as bad as 3 and 4, which are obviously the worst. 2 is pretty bad. And I like the morning, but 6 is not that special either. I mean, 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. have a much different vibe than 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. I think we would agree maybe that it depends on how much of an early bird you are, but 7 a.m. is like the first possibly good to great morning hour. This is, and I go to bed a little earlier, but this is like you could go to bed at midnight, wake up at 7, and feel normal. You could feel pretty good about yourself, I'd say, at this point. 6 is a little bit more like you have to commit to an early bedtime to be refreshed here, but 7 is like, you with some careful planning and some discipline, you could be here for sure. And rounding out the rest of the morning, I'll just be honest with you. Well, it's tough. 7 also actually kind of, you know what? I hate to do this. I'm moving 7 down 1. And I'm moving it down when I'm to give some space for 8. And I think this rounds it out nicely. The reason I'm not moving it down this time for 6, 7. This is here because of 6, 7. But I'm pulling the father card on this one. 7 a.m. is actually peak morning stress for me because I have to get my kid ready for school and then drop them off at school like within this kind of window right here. But like the drive to school and the drop off is not as bad as the mad rush to feed them breakfast, get them changed, pack the school bag, fill up the water bottle, while also trying to make sure that like you're ready to start your day as well. So I'm going to say 7 a.m. is actually, it's pretty low at this point. Now things get interesting. Noon's a pretty good time. I don't see a good argument to not put noon in the A tier. Meal times are going to drastically affect the weighting of times of day, for sure. Now, most of the time, if I could choose, I would not be a noon lunch Andy, despite waking up early. I would be a 1 p.m. Andy if it weren't for the stream. 1 p.m. just feels like the right time to eat lunch to me, even though this is perhaps canonically considered like the platonic ideal lunchtime. But you know my thinking on this. When you wait a little longer to eat lunch in the workday, it means that you tank more of the workday at the start and you have less of the workday at the end. So basically you got to imagine yourself as a horse that has a carrot on a stick. As much as you're like, I want to eat the carrot, what you want to do is wait as long as possible to eat the carrot. Because after you eat the carrot, there's no carrot. So you might as well enjoy the fact, hey man, one day I'm going to get to eat that carrot. Let's just keep kicking it down the road 10 or 15 minutes. Because at least I got something to look at. 100%. What if I like the stick? For me, the juice is the squeeze, man. Throat bubble, by the way. But no auto-tune this time, unfortunately. Well, I feel comfortable going in order. 1 a.m. is a C tier time. And I'm vice signaling a little bit here. I'm splitting the difference. 1 a.m. would suck for me to be awake at now. or to wake up in the middle of the night and look at my alarm clock and see that it's 1 a.m., I would be disappointed. But 1 a.m. is, if you're a late person, 1 a.m. might actually be S tier. There's something like 2 is just starting to get too late. But like 11 is like the night has just started. 1 is like, oh, I've still got an hour before I'm going to feel guilty about how long I've stayed awake. 1 is like peak in your room, consuming the kind of media that you want to consume hours. And it has the benefit of you being able to still, I mean, you could fall asleep here and wake up at 8 and be okay. So I think 1 is all right, man. 11 a.m. is tough for me. I'm going to work backwards, okay? I think one of my favorite nighttime hours, and this might throw you for a loop, I really like 9 p.m. Of the evening hours, I think 9 p.m. is my favorite. 8 to 9, there's still some domestic responsibility that I have to handle. Maybe you're doing the dishes or, folding some laundry or something like that. But 9 p.m. is where my body switches from do stuff to get ready for bed. And usually I'm asleep by like 9:35 or something like that, 9:40. So I like a 9 p.m. A 10 p.m., I'm going to move it down a tier. If I'm still doing stuff at 10 p.m., something's gone terribly wrong. This is where things get interesting, though. Because I think there's going to be a lot of this is going to vary based on your lifestyle, especially around the evening hours. This sounds crazy. For some reason, I feel like 11 p.m. is better than 10 p.m. And I have to say, even though the show has rarely been good in my lifespan, I think it's Saturday Night Live. I think this 10 p.m. means absolutely nothing to me. 11 p.m. means one day a week, Saturday Night Live starts. I don't know and also, I don't know, 11's just a nicer number than 10. That's why Spinal Tap did that, as we all know. SNL's on at 8:30 Pacific. I don't like to spoil myself with the live broadcast. I wait for the Pacific feed. Sorry to say. 11 means you still got an hour till bedtime? Yeah, an hour like in reverse. And then midnight, I mean, outside of New Year's Day, I don't really care. Midnight to me, if I was trying to fall asleep and I looked over at the clock and it was 10, I'd be like, okay, this is not great, but it's fine. If I saw it was 11, I'd be like, things are getting pretty bad. If I got to midnight, I would be like, this is fucked up. I got to take like some medication or something to fall asleep. The one exception, I do think because midnight, the thing about midnight is that it doesn't know where it is. And if you are out here going, I'm a late night Andy, I love midnight, well, I'm sorry to tell you, this is an early bird's late night hour. My parents, for some reason, were staying up until midnight and then getting up at like 6:45 in the morning to get ready for work. And they, what keeps someone awake until midnight? Now, I'm dating myself a little bit here. They were staying up to watch like Leno or something like that. What are they doing, man? Letterman. This is the way I look at you. If you're like, I'm not like you, I go to bed at midnight. And I'm like, well, you're still a baby too. Well, you're staying awake to see what, Stephen Colbert is saying on The Late Show or something like that? Doesn't make any damn sense to me. So it could be worse. Like it could be 3 a.m., but I feel like this is just not an honest hour. If I'm being, perfectly cromulent with you. Now, 8 is innocent, but I will say I think it's a little bit worse than 9. But it's probably, I think it's better than 9 a.m. I think it's better than 11 p.m. and I think it's better than 10 p.m. Absolutely. What time does your daughter go to bed? Literally like 15 minutes after me. Which is, I know, it's insane. But she would be more tired if she spent half the day taking care of a 5-year-old. I think it makes a lot of sense that my 5-year-old goes to sleep after me because she didn't have to take care of herself all day. She didn't have to cook herself dinner. She didn't have to clean up after herself. She didn't have to look at all the things that she's trying to show me, going, look at this, look at this. Plus, she doesn't do 90 minutes on the Peloton. Doctor told me to stop doing that, so I got her on that 30-minute Crush Your Core regimen right now. Anyway, 5 p.m., this is going to vary a lot. I feel like if you commute by car, you are, I give you permission to threaten my life for rating 5 p.m. pretty highly. The way that 5 p.m. works for me personally, is that this is like just after, it's in this liminal space between when we've gotten my daughter home from school and when the evening duties start coming to pass. This is like, it's almost like the 8 p.m. of the late afternoon. At 6, it's time to lock in. What are we doing for dinner? Who's going to make it? When's it going to be ready? What's she going to eat? We got to get this done so that we got time for bath time later, blah, blah, blah. 5 is like, you just chill, let's see what's on. Like it's before the news, and the news is like the start of the evening, even though I don't watch it. If you're on the Pacific time zone, it's like, it's a nice time too, because the hockey games on the East Coast started like an hour earlier than this, so you could catch like the second period when the game's already over, basically. So I like 5. I think 5's pretty good. I think I would place 5 very similar to 8 personally. And yes, I am satisfied that we're getting kind of a normal distribution here, even though there's no, I guess, logical underpinning for why this should have to fit a normal distribution. I mean, a lot of the day could suck ass, and like very little of it could be good, and that could be totally valid for you. But yeah, wow, you're right. Now I got 6 over 5, even though I used, but I don't know. 6. Here's the thing. I did say 6 is worse because you have to start doing some duties. But the thing is, after you do the duties, you get to eat the food you made, and eating food really elevates an hour. So I actually think this makes sense. 6 over 5 makes sense. Although 5 would be 6 on an early dinner day. Like sometimes you end up eating dinner at like 5:45. That might even move 5 in danger of being in the S tier, to be honest. 3 p.m. I'm trying not to let my recent duties affect how I feel about 3 p.m. But 3 p.m., you might think that's awesome for me because I'm not streaming, but it actually sucks for me because I'm not streaming. Because it means that I have to do all the other shit that I have to do that's not streaming. And one thing you need to know about streaming is that the streaming part is the easiest of it by far, because all you're doing is talking shit and playing video games. 3 p.m. my time, I've finished lunch, and I have to start replying to emails and finally clicking on the DocuSign link, but the DocuSign link expired because they sent it a week ago, so I got to email them with like a pleading emoji. Can you please send back the DocuSign link so I can ignore it for another week? And you want to hop on a quick call like that. Like that's not really, in the whole scheme of things, it's not that bad, but it's a lot worse than just like going live and then being like, hey, here I am. I'm playing PUBG. So 3 p.m. Well, let me put it in my life, 3 p.m. is worse than 2. It's really hard to not at least put it in the, I mean, it's better than 1 a.m. though. So I at least put it, if I'm being honest, I probably put it like it's like the median time of the day, I guess. 2 p.m. is peak for me. Not peak as in, shit, it might be peak. Stream's over, which is the end of the stream is peak, like fuck streaming for me. And then by like 8:58 in the morning, I'm like, I love streaming again. So 2 p.m. is like it's a release. Oh, I don't have to talk shit anymore. Plus, within like 5 minutes of finishing the stream, I'm eating lunch. So I actually feel like realistically, it would be a little bit like that. for me. 2 p.m. might be the best time of day. And then 11 a.m. I got to think about. 11 has significance for me because that was when we ate lunch in high school. Which makes sense because you would start school at like 8:15 in the morning. How would you feel 4 minutes ago? I mean, you know what? That's a great question. It's not that bad. It's not that good. It's kind of just like it's just a time. 11 a.m. kind of just a time. But 11 a.m. on a weekend is total. I mean, like a lot of the working hours, 11 a.m. takes on a different sheen if you're talking about a Saturday versus like a Tuesday. So Tuesday at 11 a.m. is just another domino in a long line of dominoes. But 11 a.m. on the weekend, when your unemployed friends finally start to wake up, oh, that's that's a good time. You know what? Just for art's sake, I'm going to put it right here. I think that's pretty good, man. I can't be too upset about this, I think. Some of these are a little bit unhinged, I would say. But for me, I think this holds true. If I may adjust one thing, the one thing I would like to adjust, I want to move 1 p.m. is so lunch coded. Nah, I'm going to move 1 p.m. down. I actually feel like 1 p.m., if I'm with all of the structure that I've applied to this so far, 1 p.m. makes a lot more sense right about there. 10 and 4 just have a certain amount of magic to them. 2 is really good for a guy like me. Fuck you. What? Just because I made it look like a middle finger? I think this is real for me, man. There's some things that I think are basically non-negotiable. I'm glad we can mostly agree that 3 and 4 a.m. suck. Like, again, one of my resolutions is to not argue over nothing because I think that my brain doesn't realize that it's meaningless. And people get mad at me for winning because they start resorting to ad hominem attacks. But you're right. You're right when you say that. You're right when you attack me. You're right that I deserve to be attacked. That being said, when people were like 3 a.m. is S tier, I mean, are we really going to do this? Are we going to do the thing where I go, yeah, if you're unemployed, and then you lie and say you're like a paramedic who's watching the stream in the ambulance right now and saves lives every day? Like, well, let's not do that, okay? We don't have to go through that. We've already seen the steps laid out in front of us. We've done it many, many times. They're A tier. I mean, if you work third shift or like a shift where you're awake at this time on purpose, this 3 a.m. or 4 a.m., this could be like I don't know, this could be your 6. This could be your 7. If you are up at these hours just kind of through inertia, I think that's a cry for help. Like, I don't think that's a good sign if you're like excited to be awake at 3 or 4 in the morning. But like the worst part of it is you only get like a couple hours of sleep before your parents wake up and start clanging around in the kitchen getting ready for work. I got to think about that. What time zone is this for? The good thing is you could just take this and then I'm in GMT -8, I think. I'm in GMT -8, so you can just add or subtract as much as you need to make this time zone list work for you. And then you should print that out and put it on your wall. And these are words to live by. We should, you know what? In 5 years, we should revisit this. Remind me 5 years. Okay. That's tier list time. And then, I mean, we got more tier lists, bro. Let me think about what we got lots more tier lists, man. Like, here's a good one. I mean, those watching on YouTube are like, I bet he's going to do the human organ one. Yep, you're right. How'd you know that? From the title of the video? So these are the organs of the human body. Seems like the right level of zoom for me for right now. Let's start with the obvious. You need most of these to stay alive. So I can't just put everything in favorite tier because of the fact that it keeps you alive. That doesn't seem very honest. It seems against the spirit of the quiz, okay? Or of the tier list, I should say. Let's start with this one, the greater ometum. Is this, what is greater ometum? Does anyone know what the greater ometum is? It's a fat layer that protects your belly. That's an organ these days, huh? And yet Pluto's not a planet. I gotta say, honestly, lame. We're trying to get abs. I'm sure this is probably the most stubborn fat to get off of your body, without a doubt. So for that reason, I don't respect it. Secondly, I didn't even know you existed, so I don't really care about you, greater ometum, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's cool. I'm sure it's important so that like when you're moving around, your organs aren't like, rubbing on each other, like crashing into each other and stuff like that, but we don't really care, to be honest. Heart, I'm going to be a little controversial. I'm going to say heart is in the love it tier. And the reason, is it my favorite? Well, it's really important. There's no doubt about that. But it's also one of the organs that's most prone to fail. Especially not to play the world's smallest violin, but I am a man. And statistically speaking, like if I had to guess, let's start with the basics. Something is going to kill you. If I die due to something in my own body going wrong and not like being hit by a self-driving Cybertruck or something like that, if I had to guess, I think it's probably going to be this bad boy right here. Just based on my lived experience so far. Weirdly enough, I think it's a fairly low chance to be this fella. This fella seems to be doing all right. But this fella occasionally runs into problems. But it might not be that. It could be, there's many things on here that could go wrong, but statistically speaking, this is probably going to be the one that goes for me. So if they had like built it a little bit better, you know what I mean? Like it's pretty good that this thing, they kind of started up. I don't know when the first heartbeat is, but it's before you're even born. And then it can go for like 80, 90, 100 years, man. That's pretty crazy in and of itself. So I got to put a lot of respect on the heart for that. But at the same time, if they patched it and made it last a little bit longer, because this seems to be the point of first failure. This is like when you buy an air fryer with a hinge, man. The Redditors get on your case. We do need heart 2.1. Also, easy organ to draw because they made it look like, they made it look like a heart shape, didn't they? I know that's not really what it looks like IRL, but most organs, fairly tough to draw. Heart, fairly easy to draw, or at least for people to know what you're doing. Appendix, I think, to be honest with you, I think I got to put the appendix like straight into the lame tier. Because it's one of those things, you only hear about it when it blows up and kills you. This seems like an organ, it's like a dead man switch that the creator put inside of you to keep you humble. just a little organ that most of its function is every time you have stomach pain, you Google appendicitis symptoms, just to see if you have, if you need to get to the hospital immediately. Just to keep life a little interesting. Your stomach pain could mean that you ate too much gluten or too much milk or milk product, or it could mean that if you don't go to the hospital right now, you'll be dead in 8 hours. So, no thanks. Bladder, I mean, if I'm being 100% real with you, and this sounds crazy, it might be one of my favorites, man. How could it not be? Why would it be? Because if it weren't for your bladder, you would just be pissing as you made piss. The bladder allows you, it affords you the comfort and luxury of being able to choose when to piss. I don't want to be pissing all the time or leaking piss constantly. I would rather be holding piss inside so that I could get rid of it at my own convenience. This thing just goes ta-dunk, ta-dunk, ta-dunk. This thing we have a little bit of control over. We could be like, just hold on a second. The heart affords you the luxury of living. They all afford you the luxury. You're right. They all afford you the luxury of living, with some very, very subtle exceptions here. Like, you'd be pretty messed up if it took your bladder out, okay? I think. I'd have to imagine. How could the bladder not be your favorite? Does having a shy bladder knock it down? So, for context for those who know or those who don't, I do have a shy bladder, but I think it's one of those things that's like, it's a misnomer because it's not really my bladder that's shy. It's like that's a problem with the brain, whereas the bladder itself is kind of just like a bag. So I'm not going to put shy bladder on the bladder. It's shy bladder that goes to the brain. But also, there's no doubt. I mean, that's the homie right there. It is like rating itself. So I can't really not put it in favorite because it's me, which is crazy to say, but because I haven't even seen it. You can't have two favorites. I'm saying I can have two favorites. The brain is pretty amazing, if we're being honest. The brain it's kind of incredible. Okay, you pump blood around the body. That's amazing. But if we're being honest, the hemoglobin binding to the oxygen is really doing a lot of the work. You're just kind of taking most of the credit. You're holding piss, big whoop. Balloons could do that too, but it'd be hard to get them in there, like right as you were born. Like, it's amazing, but like, we don't know what the fuck we're doing with this. This is crazy. Like this, you just got a couple of little wrinkly pieces of halloumi up here. All of a sudden, they're making past lives, Peter Bruegel paintings, stuff like that, man. Guy Fieri, aiolis. Like, it's the amount of utility that this organ has is out of control. It really is insane. Ears. I got to think about. I mean, it's not really your ear; it's your cochlea. Hearing is nice. I think I could say is good. But I'm going to say something, and I apologize. There's going to be some bad faith responses to this. Eyes are really good, man. Like, if we're doing a discussion of, like, the things that enable hearing versus the things that enable sight, eyes are, they're mogging. I'm genuinely, I shouldn't even say this is a messed up thing to say. I was going to say I'm so sorry if you're vision impaired, because like you don't know what you're missing. Being able to seeing stuff is so integral to the lived experience for most people that they can't imagine what it would be like to not be able to see. That's what we're talking about here. Like, this is perhaps the only argument. People will say, oh, what sense would you lose? If you had to lose one sense, what would you lose? Well, the last one that comes up in a room full of Poindexters is touch. Because all of a sudden you start to feel like you're falling all the time. You have no pressure reception and stuff. Okay, but that's literally like, you're literally finding an edge case to not interface with the question. Eyes is the last one you want to lose. Smell, yeah, dude, I'll lose smell, like, just for fun. Seeing shit is so awesome. I wear some metal bullshit on my head every day just to do it. For real, man. People won't even, like, their heart will be failing. They won't even take medication. But if you have visual impairment, you're putting your fucking glasses on first thing in the morning. So tell me that the eyes aren't, like, the top organ, or at least in the conversation of your top organ. You know what? I have to say, now that I've seen a little bit more of the competition, I'm going to move bladder down a little bit. But the bladder is still really good. But it can't really compete with this, which is magic, essentially. And then your eyes, which are turning light. Well, I guess it's kind of your optic nerve, but I'm including it there. But it's turning light into, like, pictures in your mind, which is crazy. Trachea, I'm literally just going to say it, bro. It's okay. Don't get me wrong. I would love to, like, keep breathing and keep having air travel, like, from the environment into my lungs, but, like, you're basically just a tube. It's not that big of a deal. You're also right. It is fucked up that of all the design, and of course we all believe that we were designed by a deliberate creator, right? Of all the designs in the human body, the trachea is messed up. The food tube is the same as the air tube. That's just not, I mean, let's put it this way. God ain't got nothing on mouth when it comes to Factorio. They're not the same. They use the same fucking highway, okay? Maybe there's a switch or something, but they use the same fucking highway. You shouldn't, on the main bus, you can't have food and air, bro. Nobody really cares if the food takes a little longer to make it to the stomach, but it's a big fucking deal if there's a little gap in the air making it to the lungs. The trachea, I'm glad it's there, don't get me wrong. Lungs, it's hard for me with lungs. It's obviously better than the trachea. Is it even close to as good as the heart? I mean, you need them, but you need all of this. I don't know. Not breathing is awful. Bro, losing any of these is lethal. You're right. Not breathing is bad. Losing any of these is really nasty. That's not the lens that we should examine this from. Nah, I gotta be honest with you. I'm putting the lungs right there. I mean, I don't really have a good explanation, to be honest with you. I'm just kind of not fucking with it as much as the heart. It's kind of amazing that there's like a lot of surface area in there. It's sucking up a lot of oxygen, don't get me wrong. It lets your blood touch the air. Yeah, but who cares, man? The heart lets the blood that's got oxygen touch my tissue, which is what I actually need. The lungs are just a natural stepping stone to get the blood into the heart, okay? So you keep your mouth shut or I'm actually going to degrade it a little bit more. I might even put it in meh, it's okay. Because like you ain't shit without the diaphragm. The diaphragm is out here like stretching and contracting in order to actually, like you're passive, bro. You're a passive and the diaphragm is active. Liver literally is not as cool as the other ones, but it has to go in the S tier because it like allows you to absorb damage and recover, which is incredible. Like they were cooking when they invented an organ that will regenerate itself. That was smart. Also, I know that like at the core level of like all science, it's all like applied physics. But it blew my mind when, and this is one of the things you actually do learn in biology, and trust me, there's not much. It kind of blows your mind when you realize that the liver removing toxins is basically like a mechanical process. That's fucking crazy. When you get down to it at its like microscopic level, the shit is all just different shapes. At first you're like it's shapes when you're in like kindergarten. Then you get into high school and you're like, actually, it's chemicals. And then when you get into college, you're like, holy fuck, it's actually the shape of the fucking molecules, bro. It's the shapes of the fucking molecules. It's shapes all the way down. All there is shapes. The whole world is just built on shapes of ascending size. Anyway, I think the liver's good. Gallbladder, certainly lame. Literally never hear about it until it goes wrong. So I don't see a good argument. I don't even know really what you do. I think you hold bile and other digestive enzymes. I really don't give a fuck, to be honest. You know what you basically are? You're basically the bad pancreas. Now, the pancreas, this one's tough for me. I think I'm going to have to put it in meh. It's okay. I certainly understand the value of the digestive enzymes. But it's another one that, to me, it kind of pisses me off. Because, like, the heart is so good at regulation, And the pancreas is like, you could have like two too many jelly beans, and this guy's like, I'm out. I'm like, fuck you. You were supposed to have 3 jelly beans and you had 5 jelly beans. Guess what? Now you're sweaty. Now you're sweaty and you have anxiety and you're in a bad mood. Congrats. And it seems to go wrong now. And this is one of the ones that if it goes wrong, yeah, it's really bad. So I'm thinking pancreas, like, sure, you're better than a gallbladder, but otherwise, hey, thank you, unofficial NL VODs, by the way. Thank you. Small intestines, the whole intestinal stuff is very interesting here. I feel like on a biological level, the small intestine is fucking crazy. The fact that it can, like, basically it just sends food down a tube that's long enough that hair on the side can get calories from it, that's nuts. That's kind of unbelievable. Just send it? Well, there's lots to think about here. One thing I would think about is, like, where did the small intestines rank versus the large intestines? There's no shot for me. Like, if I may, I actually feel like I got to put the large intestine in lame. And it's not me, it's the top of lame. It's not me disrespecting what it does, but as someone with a very mild case of IBS, which is probably as much due to this motherfucker, but, you know, you're always the last person you blame. Dude is not, like, giving his all every single day. Some days, bro took way too much water out of the poop. And some days, bro took the whole day off and wasn't taking any water out of the poop. Like, can you just at least pick a side? And I'm blessed in the sense that I don't have it that bad, but, like, I just never know where I stand with this guy. Like, it's sometimes he's working overtime, and then sometimes he's calling out sick. So I think I got to put the small intestines up in, like, good. The large intestine, I'm not going to say I could take it or leave it, but it is also kind of crazy. Can't you cut out like 80% of this and still be okay? Okay is, like, relatively speaking, and you as well, because I mean a surgeon, but the mesentery, I'll be real with you. I don't know what you do, so I'm going to put you in the lame tier. I think if you were doing something good, I would have heard about it by now. Anyone know what this is? Anchors intestines to your back and innervates them with blood supply. Don't give a fuck. So this is mortar. I'm more of a brick guy myself. I don't really care about the mesentery, to be honest. And the lesser omentum, so this is a cushion of fat that goes around other organs. I'm going to be honest, it seems like the greater omentum's doing a little bit more work, but I don't really know where to put you. Stomach. Stomach's interesting. I'm realizing how much I actually hate my body. I don't think stomach's the GOAT. I think it's incredible. I think it's incredible that it's like a biological reactor that hits shit with, like, searing hydrochloric acid and starts the digestion process. That's cool. But just in principle, I feel like anything that causes a common pain is, it can't be in the love it tier or above. Like, you get a tummy ache when you eat the wrong stuff sometimes. And maybe that's not your stomach. Maybe it's strays, but, like, nah, man. What about heart? I mean, you got to go to the hospital, I think. I think I just got to put the stomach in, like, is good. I think a lot of you, if I may, I think a lot of you are conflating this with, like, the stomach with eating. Eating is awesome. But, like, eating's awesome because of your tongue. But they don't have a tongue on here. Honestly, if they had tongue on here, might be one of my favorites. It would be love it or favorite, without a doubt. But stomach, I'm not giving the stomach credit for the labor that's been put in by the tongue. Spleen, you're like, I feel like I like you. Even though you're one of the useless organs, you seem like less useless than the other useless organs. This is one of the, like when you get sick, it shoots out a bunch of white blood cells into your body, right? That seems good. It is in that appendicite or appendix and gallbladder tier of like things that get inflamed and cause problems. But I feel like unlike these, at least it's like, it's kind of a team player during the, during the average day. Recycles blood, part of the immune system. I think spleen's all right, man. Spinal cord seems really good. I didn't even notice that it was on the list. But I think I'd have to give the spinal cord like a lot of credit here. It's kind of like the thing that enables your body to do anything. Which I know I've said that that's reasoning that we should not use because that's for everything. But like this one's really, really important. This is the one that like controls your breathing and stuff like that, right? Also, it's kind of like spinal cord's kind of like the OBS of the human body. Like it collates all the signals from all the sources and then allows you to do something with that information. So I mean, I got to put some respect on the GOAT OBS. And kidneys, I kind of feel like kidneys for me, I kind of want to put them right up here. A, because it makes it look nicer. But also, like, I mean, you can have problems with them, but I think my kidneys are doing a good job. They're generating the pee that the bladder holds. They're keeping my blood clean, which seems awesome to me. And they were really smart when they gave you 2 of them. You have to put some respect on an organ where they gave you a backup. I mean, it's not really a backup because I guess they really want you to have 2, but like, kidney stones, though, one day there's gonna be like a karmic penalty for me. I think kidney stones obviously are bad, but the way people talk about them, as if like they're a common occurrence that everybody goes through all the time, is insane to me. I don't know if you guys have a diet that's so rich in oxalate that you just can't not get kidney stones, but the people, in my opinion, they overstate the incidence of them. At no point did I say they're not painful, but the fact that people are talking about kidney stones as a reason to be mad at the kidney is crazy to me. My kidney stone kept me in bed so long that I quit vaping. You're right, but do you have like a genetic predilection towards kidney stones? Like I thought kidney stones were for like 53-year-old normies. How did you get kidney stones at a vaping age? Like vaping is like it's the parlance of a 20-something. Genetics, I got one at 25. I got one when I was 12. I drank way too much soda, not enough water. And I've never gotten, I was not talking to you. I have a rare genetic condition called medullary sponge kidney. Okay, well listen, I'm excising you. You're an edge case in this one. You should rate kidneys low. Honestly, you have my permission to put kidneys in lame. Like similarly, if your poops are all coming out good, you might be like, put large intestine up there. That's okay. My friend was eating 6 Tums a day and I warned him. A year later, he called me on anesthetic from the emergency room. That's crazy, man. I mean, here's the thing. I don't think I'm necessarily 6 Tums a day is crazy, but I do think there's a reasonable chance that at some point in my life I'll have a kidney stone, but I don't think I will get a kidney stone because of the fact that I said kidney stone incidence is overrated. You seem to have the, and you're right by the way, but you seem to have the naive idea that if you never speak glibly about anything bad, then nothing bad will ever happen to you. Bad stuff will happen to you. It came for free with your birth certificate. But most of it is going to come down to, in my opinion at least, genetics, environmental effects, your lifestyle, stuff like that. It's not going to be Kefka spinning a wheel and going, let's see what ironic punishment would be perfect for this person. It's not going to be that. It's going to be, you know, it's very likely to be something that either you have no control over because the die was cast when you were born, or alternatively, maybe too many Takis when you were in high school because the body keeps score, unfortunately. I wish that weren't the case, but I think it is, man. Anyway, this is, well, yeah, why don't we do a recap? My organs of the human body system tier list. No doubt in my mind. Brain, eyes, sorry, buddy. Brain, eyes, spinal cord. Really, really good. My favorites. Love it. Liver's really good. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to move. I'm going to move bladder to the bottom of love it. But this to me seems right, and with the acknowledgement that the heart is goated. But I mean, it's the point of failure on a lot of people that are like me. So I feel like I got to knock it down a peg for that, just to be honest. It's good. I mean, what do you want me to say? Hearing's nice. You're kind of metal with the hydrochloric acid and stuff. Oxygen's good. Getting energy out of food is pretty nice. You guys just kind of like a means to an end. You're too finicky. This is a bratty organ, man. You too, but you got a little pomelo type look to you that I find very, very appealing. And then lame. There's a lot of stuff here. I mean, there's three themes. One theme is I don't know what you are, so who cares? One theme is we only hear about it when something goes wrong, and the other one is mine doesn't work as well as I would like it to. But that also could be the brain's problem. I don't know. There you go. That's tier list body parts. You know what? I'm going to go pee. All this piss talk made me want to piss. You know what's interesting? I don't know if you're still here, Ricky. We need to patch the English language a little bit. Dehydrated, I'm thirsty. Low on calorie intake, I'm hungry. Full bladder, I need to go pee. This is not an elegant way of expressing desire. There should be a word, a single word that indicates you have to go pee. Pissy is not good because that means like moody, but pissly. I'm feeling pissly. But we could come up with something else. Like, we don't say I'm foodie. We say I'm hungry. We have like a whole different word for that. Almost feel like you say I'm tingly. I'm tingly right now. I have to go pee. Because the sensation of having to go pee is like a tingle. Something to think about while I'm gone. I'm back, y'all. And I'm back with more tier lists. Just trying to think of which one I'd like to do. I mean, every guy you'll meet is really good. Every guy you'll ever meet is kind of awesome. The only thing is I don't like that it has homeless as one of the guys. I'm looking at the rest and I'm saying I think that's the only one that's like that's off. It should be unhoused. That's okay. I see your point. That's not my problem with it, which makes that a very funny thing to say. VIP Daniel, I see you there. That's a great end one on that. Let me go main scene. And then this. Okay, here we go. Slash marker. Tier list, guys. All right, we are doing a tier list of every guy you'll ever meet. And I'm not naive. I don't think that this will actually be every guy you'll ever meet. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One is many of these guys are actually multiple guys. Many guys fit into multiple categories. Like, for example, smart kid, YouTuber. Absolutely. Those fit together. Can we not call one death penalty too? I feel like I'd just be like the worst. Go away. There you go. How about that? The homie can stay though. This is the Yard tier list. I did not know that, but that's good because now you can compare my results with the people who made theirs on the Yard as well. I also feel like I'm qualified because I am some of these guys, the messy haired dad wearing Vans, and I am also, I know guys because I am a guy. Most of the people I know are guys. 100%. Not 100% of the people I know. It's probably like 54% or something. But yeah, that seems about right. Anyway, let me just take one more look at the categories. The homie, they're all right. Harmless, cringe, go away, the worst. Can proudly rap fast, is white. I think that this is tough to me. Because obviously this is me. I think it's got to be in the harmless or cringe category. And I think it just depends on what they're rapping and how good they're rapping it. If it goes well, they're harmless. And if it goes cringe, or if it goes poorly, it's a little cringe. I feel like, you know what? He's trying. I'm moving it up to C. I think, weirdly enough, in 2009, this would be a D. I actually have more tolerance for it in 2026. I don't know why. There's no B. Okay, we'll take that up with whoever made the list, okay? I don't know what's going on with that. I think that the culture has moved in such a way that this is actually better than it was 15 years ago. 15 years ago, you were like, oh, white guy who raps. This is ridiculous. I think in 2026, you're like, oh, finally, a white guy who doesn't just listen to country. We've done it. We've fucking done it. It's important. Memorized raps are cringe. Come on, bro. You want him to freestyle nonstop? That seems unreasonable, man. You think you got Eminem confused with Noam Chomsky. Yeah, Dan, this is the every guy tier list on a ranking from the homie to the worst. Car Guy Classics. He's not the homie, and that's my fault. But they're all right. If I was more into cars, I think that would be the homie. But otherwise, I think that I have no problem with the classic Car Guy. Doesn't bother me at all. Cars are bad. You might be too woke for the... Well, first off, you're right. But you might be too woke for the tier list. You need a tier list that is one tier that says, it depends. And one tier that says Republican coded. And then you could put, like, you know, maybe Car Guy Classics into Republican coded and then some of the other stuff into it depends. And then you... then it would be fine. I think this guy seems okay. I really don't encounter these guys all that often, except sometimes you will be like, I need to go to Canadian Tire. And then you go to Canadian Tire and there's like 100 old dudes in the parking lot with classic convertibles. But they're never like causing a ruckus. They're not as bad as motorcycle guys. No disrespect to the motorcycle guys in chat, but they're like annoying. Very often annoying. The classic car guys are mostly just walking over to other cars and going like, nice car, it seems like. Seems okay. Messy hair dad wearing Vans. I think I need more information on this. I don't know. This is supposed to imply something, and I want to know what it's implying. You know what? Actually, I do think it's cringe. The information's on the screen. Well, I'm just trying to think of what this, like, to me, this is kind of like, you know when I say Mormon family YouTuber coded? This is kind of like one step up from that. This is like guy on YouTube that's still making song parodies. Like they haven't recognized that they're 51 yet. They still feel like they're like 32 or something like that, but doing stuff that like a 24-year-old would do. So it's cringe. I don't think it's quite go away. To me, this is like your dad who still listens to pop punk or something like that. And refuses to grow up, which is the pop punk itself is not necessarily cringe. The obsession with never ever growing up, I do find a little bit cringe, but I wouldn't put it in the go away tier. It's not like scary or like giving off bad vibes. It's just sort of like, you know, move on. Can proudly rap fast isn't white. Now, I don't make the rules on this one. That's just better. They're definitely in the all right. They might even be the homie, to be honest with you. I think that might elevate it too. And again, I'm not making the rules. I'm simply observing the culture around me. I think I mean, if I'm being honest, nobody in the circle wants to hear me rap. But if Kate was busting it out, might be a little bit of a different story. Has never worked at Verizon. This must be a little American for me. I'm gonna say has never worked at Verizon is still the homie. Oh, never not worked at Verizon. Oh, has never not worked at Verizon. I don't know how to think about that. Never not worked at Verizon. Stuck in the Verizon mines. I do feel like if you've worked at a cell phone store for a long time, I'm sure that sucks and it has an impact on your personality because it seems like you have a lot of pressure to upsell all the time. I have many blind spots for North American retail culture. I don't understand how there's so many cell phone stores. I know everybody has a cell phone, but it still seems crazy to me that there's so many cell phone stores around everywhere. Like I can't remember the last time I've been into a cell phone store. I think Kate bought me this phone online and she bought her phone online. My phone broke the other day, so I had to walk into the store. That's a use case that I can understand, for sure. I don't think they're money laundering. Like, listen, the ones that are like, we'll repair your phone, your iPad, I do believe that there might be something a little untowards going, or at least like it's a cash-heavy business. But like all the like Telus and Virgin Mobile stores and stuff like that, I don't think they're doing money laundering. I just don't know. I don't know what's going on there. I guess maybe if you're a certain age, if something goes wrong on your phone, you just walk into the store to fix it. Anyway, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm going to say you're harmless. If you've never not worked at Verizon, I don't know what that says about your character. So, the skater. Skater? I mean, I don't think you can sort people into archetypes that universally explain how they are. I feel like the skater is the homie, man. I'm sure there's skaters with bad vibes. I feel like by and large, as far as hobbies go, skaters seem cool. It might be, if you're like 15, I don't know, they might be like loitering or something like that. But at my age, if someone my age skateboards, they're usually pretty cool. Or at least they act pretty cool. Can you draw the cool S? We don't speak about the cool S. Apple hater? Apple hater to me is cringe. And it's not because I love Apple. I'm in the Samsung ecosystem, and I don't really care about Samsung either, to be honest with you. But it is, thank you for saying it's performative, because I agree 100%. Guy who, like, no matter what, is like, the most popular phone on the planet, actually it sucks. Yeah, we know, bro. We know. We know they're pushing updates that are making the phones worse, but like, can we talk about something else? We know they took the headphone jack out. I can't solve that problem. Could we please just tell the person on the bus to wear Bluetooth headphones? I know they took the headphone jack out, but I don't have any influence over that. Every single time. You ever notice people are playing their music really loudly on the bus these days? In 2013, Tim Apple took the 3.5 millimeter headphone jack out. Okay, bro, I don't know him. He's not the homie. I think he might be in the worst, okay? He's in Go Away or the Worst here, okay? But he's not the homie, so why are you acting like he's the homie? The clueless one who's low-key dumb, I mean, this is crazy. I think that's the homie. That's the funniest guy you'll ever meet. That one friend you have who's a little bit stupid, and then you call them stupid and they go, yeah? I think that's, every friend group needs someone like that. I think that's an awesome glue guy to have in the friend group for sure. Guitar guy. It can go many ways, if I'm being honest, but I'm going to put it into cringe for myself. So I feel like the way the guitar guy often if you play music, is probably a little higher, but one guitar guy in a group of non-guitar individuals is a little cringe for, go away. It might be go away. I don't think they're evil people. But I think it does. I mean, listen, this is just, I hate to see a guitar cell come into the party. I'm putting myself back in my mind like 18 years ago. You're having a perfectly good conversation, and then all of a sudden he's like, everybody shut up. I'm going to play like the worst cover of Closing Time by Semisonic you've ever heard. And you go, oh. No, man, no. We were playing Fuck, Marry, Kill, bro. I don't want to hear you sing all of Closing Time. But it's not like, I think you could be a guitar guy and be cool. It's just how it manifests itself. If you, like Justin plays guitar on his stream sometimes, that is, well, Justin's the homie. I would say they're all right. Because sometimes I will tune in and he's playing guitar and I'm like, that's cool. I like hearing him play the guitar. I didn't know he could play music. Apparently he was in a band at some point. And if you don't like it, you can just leave, which at worst would be harmless. But guitar guy in a venue where he brought his guitar and he's the only guy with a guitar, that's a different story. Patagonia Peter cosplay hiker. I'm projecting a lot on the Patagonia Peter. I do dress a little bit like Patagonia Peter from time to time, and also everybody I know that's a man who's my age is almost Patagonia Peter. I have to put it. I'm putting it a little bit in cringe, and the reason I'm putting it in cringe is, well, I feel like you would look at this and be like, you've put it in cringe because they're aura farming the idea of hiking without actually doing the hikes. But that's not really what I'm putting it in here for. I feel like it embodies a certain type of 37-year-old man archetype that's like, and I'm flanderizing myself here, admittedly, but like guy he listens to a lot of podcasts, but all of the podcasts are about like business or fitness or self-improvement, reads exclusively like nonfiction self-help, wants to turn every conversation into a discussion about like AI and stuff like that. So that's why I'm putting it a little bit in the cringe here. Because I've realized the more people I talk to my own age, the more I've realized something happened, and every guy I went to school with, not everyone, because Malf is not like this, but a lot of guys I went to school with, I blinked and they turned into this guy. And I don't know when it happened or what happened, but they're numerous. Let's put it that way. Like we're finding common ground talking about Marcus Aurelius Meditations, but then I find out that they're reading it to get like business insights into how to manage their team of software engineers, and I'm reading it to figure out how based and unbothered Marcus Aurelius was when his wife fucked a gladiator. Turns out, actually wasn't so stoic when he fucking found out about that, right? Because he fucking killed that guy and then made her take a bath in his blood. All I'm saying is Marcus Aurelius might be a little bit of a phony. It's a myth? Whatever. We don't even know if Marcus Aurelius is real, man. Can I say something? Messy car guy annoys me, but is harmless. Like, I don't understand people whose cars are like fucked up on the inside. Like, you gotta clean your car. Because it's a little cringe. Yeah, it is a little cringe. But I don't think it says anything about your personality. They're just depressed. You guys are using depression as like a balm for every ache, man. A lot of these guys aren't depressed. They just are not mindful about their surroundings. They're eating McDonald's in the car because it tastes good and then throwing the wrapper in the back and then going out of sight, out of mind. That doesn't make them depressed, man. That might be the happiest guy you know. But I do think it is decoded to live like with a car that has a bunch of like food wrappers and shit in it and crumbs all over the ground. So, I mean, I think it's cringe. I don't think it's that bad. Car guy, everyone close your eyes. Car guy, anime sticker, Honda Civic. To me, that's like a go away. I don't think it's the worst. And it does, if I may, I want to explain myself. A, I live in a region where I see this a lot. And B, I am not thinking about someone who has like a HoloLive bumper sticker. There are so many cars with like the full anime wrap here that is just like, they're asking for attention. And I also feel like, if I may, and this might be me projecting, but I feel like there's a level of like, I got bullied in high school. I was maligned for my interest in anime. Well, check this out. I have a nice car that has an anime wrap on it. So look, check it out, bullies on the highway. Like, I'm mogging you, but I didn't do the bullying and I still have to see that shit. So I think you're the asshole, bro. Yeah, I thank you for saying it's antisocial. I do think it's antisocial behavior. I think it's a car that they wrapped it like that to bait. They want to cause conflict. They want to be in a fight. It's an antisocial type of behavior. It's not pro-social, it's antisocial. And the other one is you might be saying, well, I'm just doing it because I love the anime. Okay, bro, but that's insane. What kind of cult are you being indoctrinated into where you watch the show and you're like, I'm going to put that on my whole car? That's not any more wholesome to be like, I'm putting the character on my whole car because I love the show that much. Although it got me thinking, God, a Mike Ehrmantraut wrapped Rivian R1 would be so sick. Like a big speech bubble on the back that said like we had a good thing going or something like that. Oh shit. And can I say another thing, you Quirk Chungus used bookstore smelling wannabe aunts out there? I'm sick of seeing your VW Beetles with like 90 bumper stickers on the back. The first time I saw it, okay, I said that's kind of cute that they're playing it up and they got 100 bumper stickers. They're maximalizing it. It's camp, it's kitsch. But now I see it every day. It's no longer special and it's very annoying. Don't honk at me. I get scared by loud noises. People are dying, Kim. This is serious shit, okay? Redneck lives in the city. Really annoying. if I'm this is Coastal Elite posting. I just listen, people in the city still need to have blue collar work done, all right? They still need construction and concrete and electrical work and masonry and stuff like that. But not all of you guys driving the Ford F-150 Raptors and the lifted Dodge Ram 1500s with the fuck Trudeau stickers are doing blue collar work, bro. Some of you guys are flipping on Facebook Marketplace. You're taking advantage of the comforts and delicious foods afforded by our slightly more liberal metropolis to have the bubble to virtue signal that you hate the last prime minister. This shit is annoying. Also, the roads are too narrow for your big ass truck. And if you got some boards and some fucking concrete back there, that's fine, man. Like you're doing some shit. But if you got nothing back there, get off the road. I'm trying to fit the Fiat 500 down Alberni Street in rush hour. Chill out. Anyway, the trucks are always clean too. Yo, Ghibli, are you here? Greatest idea of all time. Inverse car wash for people who want to signal being blue collar workers, but they actually work in private equity or they're a realtor. You drive your clean truck through something that sprays a bunch of mud on it so everyone thinks that you actually are a blue collar worker. The car dirtier, man. Yes, man, that could be sick. That could be good. Fake load for the back of the truck. I mean, people are buying fake books to put in their Zoom background. Maybe like a 1 pound skeleton that looks like, not a literal pile of bones, but like a scaffold that just looks like some heavy bags of concrete and some wood, styrofoam tuba. That would be fucking sick, man. Styrofoam dog in the back of the truck and stuff. Oh, not listening, waiting to talk. Can I say something? That's harmless, man. That's like 90% of people. And if I may, that's 100% of people. You guys you're lying. You're misrepresenting yourselves. This is 100% of people, just not in 100% of situations. You are not an active listener for every single conversation you have in your life. You should endeavor to be an active listener for your spouse and your friends and your family and like someone that's pouring their heart out with problems and venting their trauma. Most conversations that you have in your life, you are not really listening. You're just waiting to talk or for them to stop talking. You're lying to me if you're saying you're an active listener when your coworker starts telling you about like what they did on the weekend and you're not friends. Self-report, insane. Absolutely insane. I think you hate this person because it feels bad to want someone to actively engage you in conversation because you're saying something that you think is interesting and they're clearly just waiting to talk. But in most conversations, you will be this person because talking is more interesting than listening. Can we at least agree it's cringe? I think it's literally harmless because it's doing no harm. I don't think it's cringe at all. I think it's normal behavior. I'm leaving it right here. Extreme self-report. You're literally just waiting to chat. You're not listening. You're right, by the way, but you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're just waiting to chat. You're waiting for me to stop typing so that I will be glancing at chat, so that I will be able to have the active attention to read the message that you're writing deliberately in the time when I'm not talking. Moving on. Extremely nice, not funny. That's the homie. 100% that's the homie. Hell yeah. I'm glad to see, I saw some people going, what? This is not, okay, if I think we're getting a little confused. Nice guy, not nice would be cringe. I wouldn't say go away because I think a lot of those guys are still harmless even if they have bad vibes. But that's down here. Genuinely nice but has no sense of humor, that's a glue guy in the friend group. Malvin, I hope this isn't insulting if they're watching. My friend group with Malf, we had an extremely nice guy who was not funny, and he's a treasure. It's not Malf. Malf is nice and funny. But we had a guy in our friend group. He was also a car guy. He was unbelievably nice. The night, and this is just one instance, but the night where we got Rock Band and I shot off the fire extinguisher into my roommate's room who was away for Christmas break and absolutely coated the bottom floor of the house in fire extinguisher dust, he woke up early and swept it up. That's like the nicest person that's ever existed. He also, because he was a car guy, he volunteered to drive everyone everywhere all the time, and his house was the designated smoke spot, even though he lived with his parents. And I don't really know what the dynamic was there, but like it was fine. Like it wasn't like there was nothing untowards happening. It was just like, it was just a casual sort of relationship there. That's why they're in the homie tier. I think about this guy all the time. I haven't talked to him in like 15 years. I should message him and be like, thank you so much for all the nice things you did. He wasn't that funny, but he was a glue guy. So you were a leech? No, I was. He got our jokes and we got his politeness. There was a trade. There was an exchange of value. Also, we were not letting him hang out with us because he did stuff for us. We were letting him hang out with us because letting is not a good word to use in that situation. But he was nice to hang out with because he's very nice and polite. We did not take advantage of him. That's the homie, bro. Always lying. I mean, that's pretty bad. Always lying is really bad. Maybe I'm taking it too literally. Did he smoke with you guys? Not only did he smoke with us, he bought the weed, bro. Always lying is obviously this is the worst. Assuming that always is always. It's just you never know where you stand with someone like this. YouTuber, and I'm not trying to virtue signal here. YouTuber is the worst. And listen, you could say that I'm in this group and that's fine, but like I hate being around other YouTubers. There are so many YouTubers that even a small percentage of exceptions is enough to meet a lot of really good people. But like broadly speaking, there are few like occupations I would rather meet the average haver of that occupation of than YouTuber for sure. Because if you think it's bad enough that every conversation is about AI, wait for every conversation to be about, the algorithm. Oh, the algorithm killed my last video, so I had to mix up my whole flow. I had to mix up my whole flow, and I started, then I reworked, I didn't change the video at all, then I reworked the thumbnail, and the click-through rate went up 70%. I do not really care, to be honest. So but that doesn't make you an evil person, it's just kind of uninteresting. And I've been there, by the way. I hope to not go back. Tyler, the Creator fan. I have no idea what this means. I know it's an artist. I'm going to say harmless. I don't necessarily think, outside of a couple of exceptions, being a big fan of man, I got to go a lot faster. Being a fan of an individual artist says that much about you. Instagram tourist. I have an unwoke opinion about this. I do think it's bad. I do not think it's harmless. The harm is that it's annoying to me. I might even, if I'm standing tall, I might put it in E, go away. Not the worst, but like the YouTuber stuff is bad, but at least if you are at a point like you have an audience, the Instagram stuff is crazy to me because I'm like, who's following you? I guess I just don't get it. Like anytime I go almost anywhere, everybody's taking pictures of everything. And I'm like, who's looking at this? I just don't get it. It's different. Like if I see a 61-year-old mom taking a photo of the Gastown steam clock on her iPad, I'm like, that's going to the family group chat. That's fine. But you're gonna make me say it. 17 poses. Just taking a picture of like Canada Place or something like that, like where I really did, and I don't know what happened, but the radicalization came from the inside. Being depressed in that Japanese aquarium that was beautiful, and nobody taking pictures of the fish, everybody taking pictures of themselves looking at the fish, did something to me on a spiritual level. I'd given the benefit of the doubt and been like, well, I don't really understand this Instagram stuff, but God love them, they're harmless. At that point, I went, no, this is society is sick. Our culture is diseased in some way. And we need to figure out what the problem is before it spreads to the point where we can't reverse the rot. Something about it with the Sanrio Cafe was also really bad. Don't get me wrong, but that one took me even deeper into hell, I think. Also, I'm trying to eat at Ramen Danbo, but it takes me 10 times longer to get inside of Ramen Danbo because everybody at Ramen Danbo, as soon as they get the ramen, they take the 17 pictures of the fucking ramen to post on Instagram themselves, holding the chopsticks with the spoon, taking a performative sip of oyocha. Quick dinner before we go out to Stanley Park. And I'm like, this was meant to be eaten fast so we can all get in and get out of the restaurant. There's like 20 seats. And who's like, I don't know, probably in my life, I've probably encountered people that are taking photos like that have hundreds of thousands of followers. But like you can't all have hundreds of thousands of followers. Most of you probably have like 50 followers. Why are we wasting all of our time doing this? Anyway. Always kidding. I can see how that would be annoying because I think that's me, but I'm going to put that in all right. I do think, this is like it's the anathema of being, well, maybe it's not the anathema of being a YouTuber, but I do feel like, I think this is me, Magresta. To be honest, I think this is me. I have a lot of character flaws for sure. I could completely see how annoying it would be that I'm almost like the inverse of this guy, except I wouldn't say I'm evil and I wouldn't say I'm extremely funny. But I am kind of always trying to find a way to get a laugh in every situation. I almost don't understand how you can have a conversation that's just like trading information without at some point trying to get a laugh out of it. And I think that's wrong. I'm not trying to say that my model is the right model. I'm trying to say I could totally get how that would be annoying. Now, obviously, I know there's some situations where you don't joke. But But my brain, the first instinct is almost always what would be the funniest thing to, not even for them, the funniest thing for me to say in this situation to make myself laugh. And I think that that's all right, but it could be really, really irritating. Like, there are people who don't vibe with me, and I'm like, that makes sense. I'm actually surprised that more people are not like, man, fuck this guy. I don't think I'm that hateable or like a firebrand, but I am sometimes surprised that it's like, there's broadly like some likability out there. And I'm like, that seems crazy to me. But contrarian, maybe this is a contrarian take. It's meta contrarian. I'm not sure that this is, to me, I almost find the label worse than the sin. Because I feel like people that are genuine contrarians are quite rare. But in actuality, this is only used if you have like two opinions that go against the norm. People go, oh, well, you're just a contrarian. Well, there's like a million things out there. Inevitably, if we were to look at everybody's opinion on all of them, we would all have contrarian opinions. You're a contrarian? You're right. I'm not going to argue with you. Actually, I think if you look at Letterboxd, like most of my scores are like pretty in line with consensus. Plus or minus 1 star on average. Plus or minus probably half a star on average, to be honest. One exception, I do think My Old Ass is not very good. I think that it's coasting on a big emotional payoff on the ending that erases the fact that the rest of the movie that predated it was not very good. But I feel like with Brooklyn too, well, Brooklyn is, I'm sorry to say this, I'm not trying to be a contrarian. Within my demo, people hate Brooklyn. I think if you're 67 years old and Irish American, you left the movie and you called your grandma and you said, thank you so much for going through all that shit. I really appreciate it. But if you're like my age and not Irish American, you're kind of like, I can't believe this isn't Robert Zemeckis. Like, it's so schmaltzy. The character has absolutely no interiority whatsoever, takes no ownership of her own life, and is full of like total bullshit. What do you mean they don't know how to wear swimsuits in Ireland? What are you talking about? Doesn't even make any sense. That did not happen. And even if it did happen, who cares? It's not interesting. I need to know something about Elish as a character. I don't know anything about. I know her bio. I know her Wikipedia entry. She's this age. She came from here. She works in a department store. I don't know anything about her values or what makes her tick. Oh, here's a scene. Isn't it crazy? We're teaching her how to eat spaghetti, bro. That's like a 30-second lesson. You don't need a whole scene. You just put it in between the tines of the fork and eat it. Like, it's not hard. I think contrarian is harmless, honestly. I don't think they exist. All right, I think their existence is heavily overstated versus the modal use of contrarian, which is they didn't like something that I and most other people liked once, so they're a contrarian about everything. Uber Eats, DoorDash, target demographic. Literally, they could be judged for it, but that's not my business. That I have no, like, why would that be bad for me that my friend is ordering DoorDash? I don't understand. It is literally the homie, for one, but like, also, who cares? Harmless then? No, bro. I mean, I think this is a buff. At worst, I would put them in there all right. But like, the reason I think this is awesome is because when you're hanging out with them, they might be like, I'm going to get some DoorDash. And one of the best times to get DoorDash is when you don't suffer the karmic debt of initiating the DoorDash purchase. I'm not even saying they'll pay for it. I'm just saying, like, if they're willing to tank the spiritual penalty for starting the order, oh, no God could blame you for adding something to the order. They're already spending the gas to drive out there. What's one McDouble and an iced coffee with oat beverage? It's what, an extra 0.25% in gas? I think this is the homie. Crypto Guy Gambler. Okay, Crypto Guy Gambler is this is crazy to say, but just let me work with this for a second. Crypto Guy Gambler is harmless even though they do harm. But for the purposes of this, okay. Cringe. You shouldn't be doing that. It's not harmless, but it's cringe. Crypto Guy Real is go away. Possibly even the worst. And this is not me. I'm not even saying that there are no real use cases for crypto. Maybe there are and I just don't know them. But I sort of respect a self-aware guy that is like, I want to make a lot of money and I know it's stupid, but I'm going to buy meme coins because they could go 100x. Versus the guy who's trying to convince me that this is actually going to change the world. And in 10 years, everything that we do now is going to be on the blockchain. Even if this guy somehow ends up being right, I just don't want to hear about it anymore because it hasn't happened yet. This guy, I would, if you might think because I hate gambling, that I would hate you for gambling. That's not the case. Please tell me about your fucked up gambles. I love to hear stories about other people gambling because I like live vicariously through it. Oh, you just bought 10 grand in like a meme coin on some kind of chain I've never heard of before. I'm honestly, brother, I'm wishing you the best. As long as you're not completely ruining your life, I'm wishing you the best. I really don't care if the throughput for your favorite chain is 100 times faster than Bitcoin. Because I don't even know what you're like. I guess I just don't know what you're doing with it. Like I'm just buying my coffees with Google Wallet right now. I don't need, that's like a solution in search of a problem for me. Self-titled intellectual. Guys, I have 39 minutes. This is like 2 minutes per guy. Some of these guys are not that interesting. We got to be a little faster. I thought the stream died because everyone's saying F. It is bad. I mean, for this, I'm just thinking about like, it's not as bad as YouTube, but let's not go crazy. I feel like this is like guy who has applied the label to himself so that everything he says is smart instead of being smart. So excuse me. He's stylized himself as an intellectual so that the label means that everything he says is automatically smart and profound instead of saying stuff that's interesting. So people start to style him as an intellectual. Smart kid who fell off. They're all right. I have no problem with smart kid who fell off. Gifted kid who in college is not doing well in school. What do I care? It's not my business. Their parents are paying for it. Hopefully they find something that they like to do and they dedicate themselves to it. Otherwise, I got no problem hanging out with someone who's smart but is not doing well in school. I know you're saying you do it every day because it's chat, but I mean, some people in chat, we probably got all these people in chat. I know we got some YouTubers. I'm sure we got some real crypto guys and lots of crypto gambler guys. We might not have any can proudly rap fast non-white chatters. That one might be the one where we're kind of looking for a unicorn, but I'm sure we got lots of can proudly rap fast white chatters if I had to guess. Because the streamer, of course, influences the people that come to chat. Concert festival guy, harmless. I don't care. I kind of care because I haven't gone to a music festival. Guys who go to a lot of music festivals, I'm not going to say that they're evil, but some of them do give off kind of bad vibes. EDM festival guys. I mean, to be honest, Chibli, you would know better than me. I'm scared of guys who like to camp at music festivals. And I have no data on this, but this is what, like, that vibe freaks me out. It's like a guy who loves to sleep in the mud surrounded by other people. Like, that is a vibe that I can't reconcile with my own life. But whatever. As far as I'm concerned, harmless. Imagine I told you I was going to an EDM festival. With God as my witness, Chibli, I would say that seems right. And I don't even mean this in a bad way. I think you're making up for lost time. I said Coachella, but that's fine. Okay, sorry, not an EDM festival. I don't know enough about Coachella to know why that would be bad. I wouldn't be surprised though, because doesn't that shit take place in California? You're so accepting. I like when people do things. I like because you're sampling from the charcuterie plate of life, Chiblee. You lived at home, and now you're not living at home, and you have you have more freedom than perhaps you've ever had before in your entire life. Eat the cheese, eat the pate, have a gherkin, eat the pickled garlic. Some stuff is gonna be to your liking, and some stuff you're not gonna be fucking with that much. But that's how you figure it out. Cinephile's all right, if I may. Now, the reason I think that they're not the homie is because I do feel like and this is just comment online, I don't want to have I just put in 2 hours of emotional labor watching a movie. Why are you giving me more work by suggesting, if you like that, watch this next? What you should say instead is, great job watching that movie, and your thoughts on it were interesting. That's what you should, instead of saying, if you like that movie that you barely made it through to begin with because it was a little boring, here's an even longer and more boring one. I don't even care if you watch it. I just want you to watch it because I told you to watch it. If there was something on here that was like media, guy who's always recommending media, I would probably, it's not here, but I might put it in cringe. I'm like, you're the human personification of the algorithm, bro. Half weeb is all right, without a doubt. There's something, anime is like, sorry, I was in danger of making like a Dave Barry quote or something accidentally. I feel like it's like hot sauce. Like adding a little bit of anime or Japanese cinema, something like that to your media tastes. It amps it up. It brings out like more interesting flavors. And when you go all the way, it's just too much. A little bit goes a long way. Kate, look away. Well, this is a guy's tier list, so she doesn't have to worry about that. If this was a girl's tier list, it would completely change a lot of the stuff. Like, let me think about this for a second. Not listening, waiting to talk, that's the homie. Why is a man talking and a woman listening when the woman should be able to talk too? Contrarian, so it's illegal to disagree with a man now? That's the homie. Uber Eats, DoorDash, Target Demo, I think women should be able to eat whatever they want. That's the homie still. Crypto Girl Real, literally breaking new ground in a male-dominated industry and bringing some legitimacy to something seen as a degenerate pursuit. That's in the S tier. They're doing this list, but gender bent and putting everything in the S tier. Actually doing the bit would be so annoying, but saying that we would do the bit is really funny. You get 80% of the humor out of just coming up with the idea. Messy car girl? That's still, dude, I don't know. Now, I've just said something very, very misandrist. So will you allow me to say something misogynist instead? Just just a little bit. Magresta, maybe just a little bit. I feel like messy girl gives off much worse vibes than messy guy. And part of that is my lensing of messy guy as like a default. This is my like toxic masculinity, heteronormative, the default case for young men to be is messy. But like when you would see like a girl's room and it was fucked up, you're like, she's not okay. You saw a guy's room and it's fucked up, you're like, damn, you should tidy up. When you see like a really messy girl's room, you're like, maybe it's not fair that society puts that pressure on them. But it changes I feel like it changes the dynamic a little bit. Why the hell they all got clean clothes all over their floor? Brother, and Kate does not do this. She keeps a very tidy house. But the number of times in my life I've had this conversation, I don't even want to go down that road again. What do you mean, as dirty as I've ever been in my life, I've never thought of storing my clean clothes on the floor. The floor is kind of dirty. And I have like drawers and stuff. I have like a closet and I need to walk. Like I can't. This is misogynistic as fuck. Just say caught. Just say caught. Just say I caught you and you're offended and you are losing clout and the streamer is clout farming you and say caught. I'm about to level up and you look like just enough XP. You're right though. You're right. I shouldn't have said all that. You're right. I'm not going to argue with you. Open and often horoscope hater. That's easy. That's cringe. I don't believe in horoscopes. But like, I mean, it's not Reddit 2008. Like we all know, at this point, everybody my age has got an opinion on horoscopes. I don't really need to hear it. I would much rather hear my horoscope from someone who believes in horoscopes than hear someone tell me why horoscopes aren't real. I know they're not real, bro. A lady with a turquoise pendant around her neck just told it to me. Like, this is not, she didn't mine it from the earth, or the stars, I suppose. Like, this is obviously just for fun. Smart kid, ego Andy. Cringe, but not the worst if they got the GPA to back it up. Certainly annoying. Someone who's smart and they're high on their own smartness, annoying. But I mean, they should maybe show some more humility, but I don't think that's go away. Podcast listener, Joe Rogan target demo. Not the worst, because they're probably doing their best to keep society running in a very integral role, but I don't want to talk to them because I just don't care. The conversation cannot go, it can't go into any place that I want it to go. Terminally broke. I kind of feel like it's none of my business, to be honest with you. They could be, any of these other people could be permanently or terminally broke, especially Crypto Guy Gambler. Car salesman, possibly the worst. Maybe it depends on the avenue in which you're selling cars, but like, I think I don't know if it's the job that makes the men that do it annoying to me, or the men that do it that would naturally gravitate towards a profession with incentives that are aligned with making you kind of annoying. Just tend to inhabit this role, but no thank you. CrossFitter, if I may. I actually feel like watching Physical 100 has elevated CrossFitters in my life. I don't know almost anything about CrossFit. The first time I encountered it was seeing Redditors make fun of CrossFitters. And I went, yeah, the Redditors are right. Those guys are stupid. And then I watched 3 seasons of Physical 100, and they're actually like superhuman. That I don't care. You could say that like 531 big but boring is like, those are functional lifts, and CrossFit is like fucked up lifting that'll never happen in real life. Well, in Physical 100, all the strong men got bodied by the CrossFitters. And I'm not taking a stand, like I'm neither of them. I'm just saying the CrossFitters, the workouts seem to be working, okay? So I'm gonna give them their credit. Amadi has done some serious work, serious PR work for the CrossFitting community. And by the way, strongmen might be the homie. I mean, we're comparing Eddie and Amadi. Don't make my two goats go at it, but although I will say, I thought that strongmen were cool, but then I watched that show with Eddie Hall and Brian Shaw, where they talk about how they're they eat 10,000 calories a day, and then they were all like dry heaving when they were eating soft shell crab. And I was like, you guys are fucking, what are you doing? Okay, it's just crab, man. It's just crab with like a little bit of a crunch in it. You watch the two worst guys? I mean, they seem pretty good at lifting stuff. I don't know. I don't know if I want to hang with them. Actually, you know what? I would love to hang with them because I'll just order a bunch of spider rolls and then I'll eat them all because they don't love this soft shell crab as much as I. You're right. I only got 25 minutes. We got to go faster. Public complainer. Literally, well, harmless. Well, it depends. Is this? I think I took this wrong. Guy who complains about service in public, the worst. Like complaining to wait staff or service staff about something, the worst. I take this as a guy who is just, no matter what happens, he complains to me about it, which I don't mind because I think complaining can be fun. So this one's tough for me. Because I think if you complain to me about stuff, I can resonate with that. If you complain to service staff, that's bad. So you know what? Let's just put it in cringe just to be safe. Good at everything, doesn't talk about it. They're all right. Would be the homie, but it's, at some point, you actually want someone who's awesome at stuff to be less humble. Because them being humble also is annoying. The voices, I think Kate was playing Kingdom Come. Good at everything is an ass. Obviously, this is cringe. I wouldn't say it's go away. I think go away would be bad at everything is an ass. Good at everything is an ass. You gotta recognize skill where it exists. Excited for birthday is over 21. That's cringe to me. Unless there should be an exception here if you're turning 65 or older. 65 seems like the watershed where you can start getting excited about your birthdays again. I just can't. Is it literally harmless? Yes. Well, no, because it's annoying to me. But yes, it's harmless because you don't see me as a real person, I suppose, which means you're right. But yeah, I find like a guy excited for like his 38th birthday or something like that. I do find that a little. It depends. Are you excited because you're going out for dinner, or are you excited because like it's my birthday? The former, not so bad. The latter, kind of annoying. Cringe bet guy, $20 says they're all right, I guess. I don't think this is that big of a deal. I don't think outside of a movie I've ever seen someone say or heard someone say $20 says something and then actually bet. I think it's just a figure of speech that basically just means here's how confident I am that this thing is going to happen. Weed guy always smoking. Harmless. Weed guy always smoking is not that bad. Doesn't everybody have a friend who's just high all the time? By the way, you're going to be like, yeah, but I'm like 23. I mean, I'm 37. I have friends that are high all the time. And he's like, he's going to work. Like, he's going to work. He's living his life, man. He's getting all his responsibilities done and stuff like that. Could not be me. But like, there is this guy, and I don't think this guy's, I mean, if he's harming someone, he's probably only harming himself. As long as he's not like a pilot or something. Only talks about being high, cringe. Maybe not go away, but yeah, cringe. Because to be honest, I would rather hear this guy talk about himself being high than hear you talk about the real use cases for like a new blockchain. Always drinking, that's a lot worse for some reason. They're both like, I would not draw an equivalence here. S tier. That's not good. Photographer only photographs women. Some of these I feel like they're throwing me a suicide pass. They're making a serious implication that this person is a sexual criminal or pest. So it's like on me to clock that and be like, that's the worst. I don't know enough about that. I guess I would say go away because I'm a man. So don't take my picture. Conspiracy theorist. Conspiracy theorists used to be kind of fun, but is increasingly go away to the worst here. Disney adult. Disney adult is really bad. And I'm not gonna go down the list of like defending myself from being a Disney adult, okay? If you had been to Disney World recently, you would know the difference between a Disney adult and a person who is taking his kid to Disney World, okay? The Disney adult. The number one thing you need to look for is the fuck-ass Loungefly backpack. I don't know. I say it every single time. I don't know who at the Disney Corporation is responsible for it. Why are you making these people wear these tiny-ass backpacks, bro? It's not a flattering look to have this tiny-ass backpack on an adult back. It's just, it doesn't feel right to see all the time. Arguments out the window with all the cruises, you don't understand, and that's fine, but I'm not going to argue with you because you don't know what you're talking about. But you're right as well. You do see real Disney adults on the cruise. You'll see people that change their outfit every single time that they meet a character. They'll be like, oh, Chip and Dale are wearing the sailor outfit today. Check it out. I brought a sailor outfit to take a photo of Chip and Dale while wearing the sailor outfit. And the crazy part is you hate them, but if I said that in a different context, you would be like, let them enjoy things. They paid for it. So I don't think you have a position. I think you're flapping in the wind. And I don't think you know what you even stand for. I'm not sure if there's any values underpinning your personality whatsoever. Instead, really just a reaction to the last thing that was said and trying to find any issue with it whatsoever. Do you know who you are? After all this time, do you know who you are? Could you pick yourself out of a lineup? 18 minutes? You're right. I got to lock in. Okay. Disney Adult is pretty bad. I'm not sure it's the worst. There are worse guys at Disney World. Actually, if I may, this is not fair. Disney adult and a guy is worse. Disney, if I may, and we're getting into murky territory here, Disney adult and a guy who's married to another guy is actually kind of like, they're all right, man. But Disney adult, heterosexual man who's a Disney adult, it's not my guy. And I don't know fully what the difference is, and maybe that's something that we need to talk about. But there's just the vibes are very different. The vibes are a little different. Sorry, Jay. Jay knows he's the homie because Jay's not just a Disney adult. He thinks he's good at basketball too. But I think at worst it's go away. It's not the worst because at worst they're just, I don't know, a little irritating. Barefoot or sandals only, I do not care. I don't care at all. Thinks he's good at basketball. They're all right. Doesn't bother me at all. Is actually good at basketball. Not as good, because I'm bad at basketball. So I want other people who are bad at basketball to play basketball with me. Elon Musk, obviously the worst. Andrew Tate, obviously the worst. Obviously, we don't need to spend any time discussing that. They're basically like this guy, but like, like patient zero. Worked his ass off to be here. They're all right, I guess. I mean, in the same way that like someone's vice isn't really my business, like using Uber Eats too much, someone else's virtue isn't really my business either. I'm not really that concerned if you worked your ass off to be here. We're all here now. Let's, Sneakerhead. I find it increasingly as time goes on, An annoying hobby is like less annoying than having no hobby at all. So I don't really understand the sneakerhead phenomenon, and I don't think I could be a sneakerhead because I walk on my toes, so I crease every single shoe that I wear the first time I take a step. But I don't find people like some stuff like this is harmless to me at least. Fantasy football guy, literally, and there's going to be a lot of disagreement here. I like him. I like him. I would love to hear you talk about your fantasy football team, and I would like to talk to you about my fantasy football team. And maybe over time, yeah, you know what? You're right. That is the homie. Maybe over time that will change. And I'm sure if you're not playing fantasy football, this is probably annoying. But this guy, we all have to admit that this guy is not as bad as he used to be. Because, well, I'm kind of being hypocritical because I do want to hear about your fucked up gambling. I want to hear about your gambling story. But at the same time, I never want to hear you complain about someone fucking up your parlay. Like, in a way, I want to hear you say, I put $100 on a 12-way parlay that's going to pay out $91,000 if it hits. But I never want to hear you say, fuck you, Bijan Robinson, get 2 more yards so my parlay hits. Like, that's irritating. I like this guy. In a band, they're all right. In a band is way different than guitar guy. Nobody's bringing the whole band to the house party unless they're asked. It's a lot of work. Tiny cross earrings seems harmless to me. I don't know if you're younger than me. Maybe this has an implication. Homeless is, they put a trap in the guys. So that's that's tough. That's tough. I'm just gonna say, I don't want to say it's cringe. Well, so I don't want to say it's harmless. They have been harmed. They may, in service of their own needs, also be doing some harm, but they have been harmed themselves as well. So there's harm involved. Cringe is crazy. I guess, like, to be honest with you, if I'm being 100% with you, I'm not sure they're the homie, but they're all right. Never really had a problem with them. I wouldn't put them up here, it's not in the same level of rapport as, like, Skater or Can Proudly Rap Fast, but never really had a problem. You live in a rich city. You guys see when I say that they hold no real opinions? I mean, they're right. And they actually are right. I live in a rich city. But to say that someone who lives in Vancouver has never had an interaction, someone who might be homeless, is kind of crazy. They don't know what they're talking about. It's just reactionaries all the way down, man. What is Schrodinger's racist? You don't know if they're racist until they say something racist? If I may, they say, I'm not a racist, but, oh, okay. Now this one could get me in trouble. That's go away. Maybe I'm suffering again from being too literal. The worst would be racist. But Schrodinger's racist might be worse than YouTuber. or self-styled intellectual. I think I gotta, but it's, I guess the worst doesn't mean the worst. You can get worse than, okay, that is pretty bad. Cigarette guy, always has one and asks for a light. I think that's harmless. I mean, obviously, ignoring like emphysema. I miss when blank guy. I feel like, again, this could go 2 different ways, man. This could be like, I miss when, I miss when we were a real country. That's one interpretation of this guy. Another guy might be saying some shit like, I miss when theaters played original IP instead of just sequels and franchises. Like, this is tough, man. This is tough. I don't know where to put him. I'm going to say, via my interpretation, I'm going to say harmless, just living his life. Gym guy, normal. Obviously, the homie. Guy who's just in shape but doesn't, just, guy who's in shape but will go out for pizza with you versus guy who is on some strange, like, fish oil only diet. Not go away, because they're doing some experimenting at least, but I would put it into cringe. Where's Rasta Colors White? I'm going to say cringe, but if I may, this guy's also kind of the homie. As much as this might be the one where like I feel like the vibes and the reality are so opposite. Like, I think I went to school with a white guy from Ontario, who was insanely into reggae and like wore this shit, and he was cool as fuck. Even though the vibes of a white guy with dreads online are so bad, in reality, sometimes they're fucking awesome. Which is so annoying. Because you don't know him, and then you're going to be like, why'd you put him up in the homie tier? Because you didn't know. It is even worse because I was from a place called Kingston. I'm going to put him right here. Short guy's all right, man. I mean, I have to put short guy in all right. It's the worst. Because I'm becoming a short guy, despite saying the same height, people are getting taller. You're not going to believe this, but in like the 10th grade, people would say, wow, you're kind of tall. And that's as tall as I ever got. And then society has grown so much that now I'm bordering on manlet. At 5'10", I'm bordering on manlet. Now, part of this is because people are like lying about their height online, but part of it is that people are getting taller. Because they're actually like, you know, parents are feeding their kids like real nutrition as a kid. Instead of just like, you know, aluminum bags full of Pop-Tarts and Goldfish crackers. They're buying them like berries and shit, man. And my parents were buying berries, but I wasn't eating them, not as long as we had goldfish in the house. So like I have some sympathy, man. Well, not sympathy, but like I have some there but for the grace of God go I, to be honest. There but for the grace of God go I. Now, I do think, if I may, I do think that it's possible that being short puts you in a position, like I think short man syndrome might be real, but overstated as a phenomenon. I do think that maybe they're more likely to be a little defensive on some circumstances or pick a fight, but I also feel like probably sucks ass for like your whole life. Like the first time a douchebag meets you, they go like, hey, you're kind of short. Like, I don't know, that probably has an impact on you. Probably every time you meet someone, you probably got a little chip on your shoulder about it. Like, they probably have the chip on their shoulder because of the things that have happened to them. It is, I know we've talked about it before, it is funny that, like, the short guy problems top of all time on Reddit is, like, I have no reason to live. And the tall guy problems is, like, I have to bend down to get in through some doors. It is really... I would never in my life suggest that, like, there's no debuff to being short. I think that's just ignorant. But it is crazy. Doesn't want to cause an issue. They're all right, but if I may, sometimes you need to cause an issue. So this... But I like a glue guy, to be honest. Flannel sweatshirt combo? Dresses like Anthony Fantano? I think they're all right, man. I'm not just saying this to get my clip on Fantano's radar. I think it's, you know, nothing wrong with looking good. Why not harmless? I think maybe you're going to hate me for saying this. I think if you put a little bit of effort into what you're wearing, you're probably a little more likely to be cool, to be honest. I don't think the clothes make the man, but I think, like, you know, you're probably like, you have higher self-esteem and you're like, I want to present myself in a way that's positive. probably makes me more likely to want to hang out with you than somebody who's like, who fucking cares what kind of chungus shirt I put on my body? Like that. Like, to me, I think that, I'm not saying it doesn't make an enormous difference, but someone who cares a little bit about the way they're presenting themselves to the public, yeah. Ideas guy, I'm going to be honest with you. In business, I bet it's annoying as fuck. But this guy is like, that's the homie. That's one of the best ways. In the office, this guy probably sucks ass. But in the Discord VC, this is like one of my favorite guys. It is me, Julian Mouth. I know I lock in as a listener whenever I hear someone go, oh, what about this? I go, waiting, pause, champ. Like, Chibli, I don't know if you were here, but you know about car wash. What about for rednecks who live in the city, who I have placed in the worst tier? What about for rednecks who live in the city, but they work in offices or they sell houses or something like that? But they're like, oh, my fucking car is too clean. Everyone knows I'm not really a blue-collar worker who hates Justin Trudeau. They go through a car dirty where like the soap guns shoot mud and like dirt all over their truck. So they're like, oh, my truck's too clean. We can fix that for you. The only thing is, car wash kind of works because like the more you drive, the dirtier your car gets. So you need to wash it again. But like, the mud factory is kind of like a one-time thing. So then we follow them home to their garage. And then after a month, we clean their car while they sleep. So they wake up and they go, what the fuck? My car's clean again. Yeah, that's the play. That's the play right there. You could just open a car wash. They don't want to use the wash because then their car would get too clean. I'm starting to think that you're not paying attention. Whoa. Biodegradable dirt is actually a great idea too. Dirt, I don't even know if dirt can biodegrade. I think it might just be bio. I'm not sure if it can be biodegradable or not biodegradable. I think that's what it degrades to. But if we make biodegradable dirt, we have to tell them that it's oil. Because if it's biodegradable, they won't come to the mud factory. That's probably there's probably some environmentalist rednecks. If anything, they should be like the most environmentalists. They're like trying to live closest to the land. Just the shit doesn't make sense anymore, man. Anyway, this is my list. Oh, that's true. They do drive trucks oftentimes. That would be a good guy. Redneck who drives a Prius because he cares about the environment. What makes him a redneck then? He eats pussy with his fingers. I believe is to bring it back to that old classic. Please stop. You're right. You're right. Anyway, this is my list of every guy. I think we did a good job. We avoided some pitfalls and, I think we echoed consensus while also having an opportunity to imprint my own actual opinions on this. I can't be mad about that. We got a lot more tier lists, but we're not going to do them today because I have to end the stream an hour early to shave my back because I'm getting laser hair removal later this afternoon. So thank you for joining me. I hope that there will be recompense tomorrow and I'll have some back shaving / laser hair removal anecdotes for you. But for now, I'm going to send you over to my wife's stream. First, I'm going to eat chicken potato, though. Kate is nauseous. She's offline. Kate is nauseous. She's offline. No, wait, I went to twitch.tv/Northern Lion and thought it was my wife's stream. Let me see then. You know what? I will send you over to Corey's stream. And you can watch him make his hide the block. It's because I'm so obsessed with shaving my back. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Later.